Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 101, Orem. Next day during noon, the entrance of Orem dungeon. There were villagers and adventurers scattered around the entrance of the dungeon. All of them were grinning happily as I stood and saw them from a distance. I was shocked that the drop of the dungeon would double. Clint, who suddenly appeared right beside me, was speaking an obvious line together with his shocked expression. Clint immediately rushed over from Shikaro when he heard of the rumors from the villagers. At first he was half believing, half skeptical about it, but when he heard of it from the villagers who dived in the dungeon, and even the employees of the trading shop The Swallow's Repayment talking about it, soon that suspicion was morphed into curiosity. Thus, he came here to confirm whether the rumors were true, since seeing is believing. If you were that shocked, then I'm sure this is a first for you too? Rita, I do not know as much as you think, Clint. Then, what is that special drop at the deepest parts of the dungeon? Rita, since Orem does not know much about these sorts of things, at least I could ask Clint about it. The deepest floor of the dungeon? You mean the mysterious disappearance? Clint, mysterious disappearance? Rita, yeah. Throughout the century it would only happen once in a few years. The timing, place, and the adventurers were all unrelated. The only thing common was when someone defeats the rarest monster at the deepest floor of the dungeon, they would mysteriously disappear. Clint. Also they got spirited away. Rita, some came back soon after but others were never to be seen again. Wait, could it be? Clint. Clint was showing a shocked expression once again. Yeah, Rita, so that's it, as expected of Sita-san. You have really good luck, Clint. Luck, huh? Orem did mention about it once. You would only have a 0.000000001% chance of having the staircase appear once you defeated the rarest monster at the deepest floor of the dungeon. So besides me who has a 100% chance, it's already been 300 years since another human had the chance of the staircase appearing. Yesterday I went and visit Orem again. After defeating the rare monster, the staircase appeared. Orem was surprised that I passed through that 0.000000001% chance again in a day. But I wasn't surprised at all, because of my Drop S, the stats that only I have in this entire world, a unique, only one skill holder. With that my drop rate would always be 100%, the dropped quality would also be higher than others, and things that people defeat and couldn't get any drop, I would get a special drop from it. Even if it was 0.000000001%, if you have a drop rate of S then it would still be turned into a 100%, so it's not because of my luck or anything. Clint was thinking deeply with his mouth open while looking at the cherry-blossomed villagers happily taking their double drops. A horse appeared from within a gourd. I can't believe something as unreasonable as this would become a reality, Clint. TLN. Rita. At first it was to just ask Rita-san to help out the Indol's villagers. But I can't believe one thing led to another and now it became like this, Clint. That is, I guess so. Well, my luck is good, I suppose, Rita. The villagers were looking at us. Suddenly, Clint took out something out of nowhere, and placed it right in front of my eyes. It was a paper rolled into a cylinder shape. This is? Rita, you have something good due to your luck. After discussing certain issues with Samakrin last afternoon, I got this. Clint. I received the paper from Clint and opened it. There were many complicated words written on top of it resembling that of a contract, and below there were 2 signatures signed. The relationship between Indol and Samakrin has been completely cut off. If the news of the double drop rate had been transmitted over there, then there would have been another trouble, Clint. I see, so that's why you said I was lucky, Rita. I rolled back the paper into a cylinder shape, and returned it to Clint. With our shoulders side by side, we looked at the villagers with hope for the future with a smile. There were some adventurers inside the dungeon, though slow, but little by little the center of the dungeon was becoming active with commercial stores opening up. The gold mine of Indol is getting back on track. It was at that moment when I was convinced my role was finally over. After saying goodbye to Clint, I went to the house of the head chief. How may I be of service, our benefactor Sama, head chief? The head chief brought tea over, and with an extremely polite attitude greeted me into his house. I was thinking of heading back home, Rita. Heading back? Where are you going, head chief? The head chief was flustered. Back to Shikaro. I just realized that I have been here for too long and left my house unattended for a really long time, Rita. If it's a house we can make one at Indole. We were just discussing about building a mansion for benefactor San to stay over, head chief. A mansion, Rita. I bitterly smiled, as I wasn't filled in on this. It's alright, I don't need one, Rita. However, benefactor Sama is this villager's, head chief. Low level doesn't like to be tied up, Eve, TLN, FVE. While the head chief was desperately trying to persuade me, the door was swung open and Eve let herself in, the proud bunny ears with a sexy bunny suit. The girl walked towards my direction with a pitter-patter sound, and stared down at the head chief who was sitting down. What do you mean by being tied up, head chief? The dungeon is waiting for low level. Other dungeons too, Eve. Other dungeons, head chief. We can't be selfish and hog low level on just one dungeon. That is bad, Eve. Mew. Head chief. The head chief was fussing over Eve. Eve's eyes were serious for once. That's true too. We can't be keeping benefactor Sama here because of our own selfishness, head chief. If you get it then it's all good, Eve. Then please accept all of our feelings, head chief. The head chief kneeled down, and said something as if he wanted to say it for the longest time. Your feelings? Rita. Our gratitude for you. The villagers would certainly love to repay you, head chief. The feelings of gratitude. It's fine if I don't have to receive that, but I don't have a reason to decline either. I got it, I'll hold on to everyone's feelings, Rita. Ooh, thank you so very much. I'll go and tell everyone right this instance. Before you leave we would want to hand it to you even if it's just the initial part, head chief. The head chief stood up and immediately ran out. Despite being his own house, he left us and ran out. Such impatience. Furthermore, what does he mean by the feelings of gratitude? He also said something about the initial part, Rita. Bunny knows, Eve. You do? Rita. Eve nodded. Bunny's ears are hell's ears themselves, Eve. The king is not a donkey, Rita. 1%, Eve. 1%, Rita. Make the village pay 1% of their tax to low level, Eve. I think that feeling is a little too much, Rita. Without thinking I tsukumi her. Moreover, how much would 1% even be? Rita. Bunny would not know until that far, Eve. I see, Rita. I wonder how much would it be? As Eve and I both tilted our heads in unison. It would be tens of thousands euro per year. Wait. Now that the drop has also doubled it would probably hit the billions, Rita. Afterwards I asked for that amount from Mina, and I was amazed at the fact that there would be more than 100 million income in the years to come without doing anything. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 102, Nonium, first floor. As usual, the dungeon had nobody in it, so I decimated any skeletons that came into paths with me with my lightning bullets. As I fired the bullet, lightning stuck down from above the ceiling, crushing the skeleton's bones apart with a single blow. The power was sufficient. By far out of all the special bullets, this one had the highest damage output without any fusion or boost. Since originally the cost is high too, Rita. The lightning bullet is a special bullet dropped from Olim Dungeon's gold dust, which when hatched into a rogue monster drops the lightning bullet. In actuality, it's like firing around 3k pyro per shot, compared to the normal bullet that is dropped from vegetables, or the homing bullet that is dropped by trash. This is by far the highest cost bullet. However, I was firing. Whenever I encountered a skeleton, I'll fire the lightning bullet and overkill it. The moment I saw them I'll shoot, and if I missed I'll just randomly fire until I land a hit. When there's no enemy I won't need to reload. As per usual I'll keep on firing. Infinite bullet. When I was on Olim's 4th floor and once again going down another floor which shouldn't technically exist, I defeated a monster and it dropped an item which allowed me to choose one of the bullets that I have and infinitized one. Basically an infinite lightning bullet, using it liberally, or more of not needing to restrain myself when shooting. After going around the first floor once, my pouch was filled with the HP seeds. I then took those out of the dungeon. Heading to a place secluded from others, I placed the seeds on the ground and kept a distance away. After waiting for a while, the seeds hatched into skeletons. Same as before, I randomly fired the lightning bullet, and all of them turned into drops of freezing bullets. With that, I have finally replenished my stocks from the time I used them up in Olim. What's more, without spending a single resource. Thus, today's job was to replenish my bullet stocks by defeating more rogue monsters. Back in the day, if I wanted to consume zero cost, I would have to waste my time defeating them using CQC close quarter combat, and if I wanted to reduce the time, I had to waste some resources, which basically means using bullets to defeat them. So I get the best of both worlds. Rita. I looked at the gun that was loaded with the infinite lightning bullet. Due to having this, I could shorten the time of replenishing my bullets with zero cost. This became way more convenient than I thought. Picking up all the freezing bullets, I went back to the dungeon's second floor. The monsters were zombies, which weren't any stronger than the skeletons. Thus, using the same method as before, I fired the infinite lightning bullet generously and collected more seeds in my pouch, and once it was full, I went out and hatched them all into rogue monsters and get my flame bullets. Same thing with the third floor. I defeated the mummies and in return, gotten a huge amount of recovery bullets. Just doing those alone, I've wasted only about 2 to 3 hours. I was doing it since this morning and it hasn't even reached noon yet. If I have this infinite lightning bullet, I can do basically anything, was what I thought. That's right, nothing is that easy, Rita. The fourth floor of Nonium, the mummy that drops the stamina seeds and restrained bullet from the rogue monster. Though at first glance it looked exactly like the mummies from the third floor, but there was one decisive difference. In order to get its drop, I had to use the annihilation bullet to damage it and at last use one recovery bullet to deal the finishing blow. I fired the infinite lightning bullet at an encountering mummy. The mummy was annihilated instantly, but the bandages remained. I tried rapidly firing the infinite lightning bullet at the bandages. It was nice that it's infinite, as I would only need to hold the trigger as I fired. The constant bombard of lightning strikes changed the shape of the ground, though the bandages still remained there, as if it was undamaged at all. I took out my other gun and loaded the recovery bullets that I just replenished and fired. The bandages with the power to withstand 100 strikes of lightning was turned to crisp with just one recovery bullet. It was those types of monsters which had to use a special way to deal the last blow in order to defeat it. Given the opportunity, I would like to get an infinite recovery bullet next. Rita. The infinite lightning bullet increased the efficiency rate of gathering most special bullets, and thinking of my next objective in mind. Noon came, and after finishing replenishing my bullets to a certain extent, it was time to head back home. My 3-story home that has the function of guarding the magic storm. The moment I went in, I saw Emily and Elsa doing something. The first floor was used as a garage, so we placed the drop transfer function there. Thus Elsa from the Swallows Repayment was assigned to become an exclusive employee here. That Elsa was doing something together with Emily. I'm home, Rita. Yoda-san, welcome home Nano Desu, Emily, TLN. Yes Emily, I'm back. It's been a long time Rita-san, you've finally decided to come back. Elsa. Yeah, since yesterday, Rita. Elsa, who I've not seen in a while, was showing me her usual sweet smile. Though I finally came back from Indole yesterday, I hurriedly went to Nonium early in the morning. Thus, this was the first time meeting Elsa since coming back. Thank you so much Rita-san. We were immediately notified about what happened there, and Master was extremely happy. Elsa. Well, you've been helping us this whole time too. At least I made a profit there. Rita. It's not just a little. It was a tremendously huge business. Master even told us to hire another exclusive staff to be sent over there. Elsa. Was it Ina? Rita. Ina's field of expertise was limited to vegetables. Thus we needed someone who is an expert at gold. Thus it would be better to dispatch a person who is familiar with it. Elsa. I see. Rita. Since it's the trading shop from Shikaro, it was obvious that there weren't anyone specialized in deducing the prices of minerals. By the way, what were the two of you discussing? Rita. I was just filling in the passbook with Emily's purchases. Elsa. Passbook? Rita. It was the first time hearing about it. If I were to translate their meaning to my world, then it would be a bank book used to record bank transactions on a deposit account. Looking at the 130 centimeters Emily, her hands were holding on to what seemed to be the passbook. Her figure reminded me of an elementary student coming out of a post office while bringing their piggy bank along. Noticing my stare, Emily started explaining why. Although Elsa-san has been dispatched here, but it's not so good to place cash at home desu. Thus I decided to transfer the amount into the bank desu, Emily. So that's why you needed the passbook to transfer the money into the bank, Rita. So they used the same system as our banks too, huh? Yes desu, Yoda-san tilde, Emily, TLN. I'm already starting to miss her. What's the matter? Rita. Emily called for me. I looked down and saw that her eyes were shining brightly. Look at this desu, Emily. By looking you meant the passbook? Ooh, it's more than 1 million piro, Rita. Yes desu, the amount was this morning's drops that I'd obtained desu, Emily. That's amazing. This is the first time seeing so many 0 digits on a passbook, Rita. Is that so desu? Emily. Emily had a really surprised look on her face. Well, I've only ever seen my own passbook, and the last it had been around 120k per month. It was not an income which I can afford to save money. At that time I always felt like dying, and when it's at the end of the month my account balance could be compared to my current HP, Rita. When I recalled my past, I was filled with sadness and frustration, every single day having to do overtime at the black company, and continued to be exploited. Thus my HP was always blinking red and was on the verge of dying. Then shouldn't Yoda-san make one passbook as well desu tilde, Emily? Rita. Yoda-san right now would soon reach 10 million, no, 100 million desu, Emily. That's true, Rita. I nodded. It certainly is. All this time whatever I earned I would just spend them all or leave them aside, but I thought that it might not be bad to have the enjoyment of saving money. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 103. In the morning, inside the living room of the 3-story home, after having a delicious breakfast made by Emily, I looked at the passbook that was just made not too long ago. What are you looking at? Celeste. Oh, this is a passbook, Celeste. I just made one yesterday, Rita. You never had one before. Why is there only 12 piro inside? Usually one would deposit around 1k or 10k, wouldn't that be a more appropriate amount? Celeste. Celeste tilted her head curiously. That is certainly true. When I made the account there wasn't any particular reason, so one would at least put one banknote first. But some people would even put 1 piro yen inside just for fun. This half-ass amount, but for now I'll put it inside my pocket, though I hardly have anything inside. But I did that. This is the account's balance, Rita. This amount? Celeste. Celeste was still tilting her head in confusion, but ignoring her I continued. It's the end of the month. Since my account has 912 yen, I deposited another 100 yen inside the ATM and then taking out 1k yen. Thus, this was the remainder. Because it is about 3 more days until payday, so I guess you could call it a margin, Rita. 3 days and 1000 yen. It's piro, right? And you spent them all? Celeste. Yep, Rita. Since the value of yen and piro were almost the same. And that was the margin? Celeste. It's the margin nano desu. I could go without it for about 2 weeks desu, Emily. Emily said while bringing food from the kitchen. I guarantee that she would be able to do it, because if she doesn't have enough money, she could just survive in the dungeon. Emily. Tatato 1, try saying that, Rita. Yes desu? Emily. Try saying it, Rita. Tatato nano desu? Emily. It suits you, Rita. Emily had a, floating above her head, Same goes for Celeste. I looked at the passbook once more. 12 Bureau. My remaining balance, as if showing the last digit of my health bar blinking in red. If I have to say, it matches the number. Thus I wanted to make a new start right now. I'll focus on earning money for today. Rita. This early in the morning na no desu? Emily. It's what I plan to do. Rita. I understand desu. So during lunch you wanna bring a bento to eat desu? Emily. But, today might be a bad day, Celeste. Celeste looked out the window while saying those words. What do you mean by the day might be bad? Rita. Today the sun increases, Celeste. You meant an eclipse? Rita. Yes, Nishoku, Celeste, TLN. Celeste nodded, and looked out the window again. What's the meaning of this? I thought as I stood up and looked out into the bright sun from the window. Shikuro is as lively as ever. No wait, isn't it livelier than usual? The stores that usually only open during noon has already opened up, and there were already adventurers drinking at 3 open-air bars. This scene. I've seen it somewhere before. It's similar to a magical storm day where most people won't be earning money, and instead sit down, relax and enjoy themselves for the rest of the day. Rita. It's because of that, Celeste. Standing beside Celeste, I looked at the sky where she pointed. Following the direction she was pointing. I was amazed. I can't believe there were 2 suns on the sky. Turaru Dungeon, first floor. The amount of adventurers were few, and there were fewer monsters compared to usual. Inside the dungeon, I was pushing the magic cart while going around the dungeon. Monsters were scarce. I can't seem to find any. That is, the sun increase. Every year it would happen quite a few times where the sun increases, and because of that phenomenon the drop rates of monsters would decrease. Celeste, who tagged along with me, explained along the way. I could see that the monsters are scarce, but even the drop rate is affected? Rita. Yeah. Apparently your entire drop rate would go down by 1 rank, Celeste. That being said, Celeste went to a nearby KIA board and operated it. This is what happens, Celeste. Now I understand, Rita. Coupled with the fact that the monster is scarce and your drop rate being lowered, most adventurers would give up on adventuring and spent their rest of the day doing something else, Celeste. Hence why the city had the same atmosphere as when the magic storm hit the city. Rita. I operated the KIA board and flipped to the drop stats. After looking at the status, Celeste rolled her tongue, as expected of Rita. Seems like the phenomenon had no effect on you, Celeste. Though it doesn't change the fact that even if my drop rate didn't change, the volume of monsters isn't gonna increase, Rita. It's useless if there's no monsters to defeat, Celeste. I wished it wouldn't decrease the amount, but instead increased the volume of monsters. Rita. That is a thing though. It's called the lunar increase. The magicians in the east said that during the sun increase, the effect of the sun is so strong that it suppresses the monsters, thus decreasing the overall population. Then during the lunar increase, the shadow would grow strong, which results in more monsters as well as a rise in drops. Celeste, TLN. Even the moon would increase, Rita. As I tried imagining it, I sneezed. And at the same time I felt like I'm having a bit of a runny nose. Even though I wanted to do my best to earn more savings for today, but my timing was horrible. Since it turned out like this, I guess I'll wait till the sun increase phenomenon to disappear. So should I do something else for today? Since today everyone would use up a lot of products, I'm sure the trash would pile up and it might be a good time to gather more homing bullets. Rita. You're thinking of something again, Celeste. Yeah, I've thought up of another objective to do. I'll do what I can, Rita. Good luck, Rita. Celeste. Having Celeste cheered for me, I walked around the dungeon as I decided on what to do next. Damn it. You can dodge fast, Rita. Since 20 minutes ago I started hunting, I realized two different things. First, the monsters were weaker. The slimes that were already weak to begin with at Turaru's first floor, its speed and attack power had been further dropped by half. I think even a kid would be able to defeat them at this rate. Another thing I realized was, the monsters run away easily. I guess since they're weaker, the moment you noticed one of them they would immediately try to run away. The day where the sun increases, It's not double but triple the hard work and suffering. Monsters were scarce, drops decreases, and when you meet with one of them they have a high chance of running away. I give up. It's like playing hide and seek. Even if I catch one of them they don't drop much. What a pain, being played around by this triple suffering. The adventurers that came into the dungeon, one by one voiced out their frustrations as they immediately turned around and leave. I kept walking around. Due to having the existence of the passbook from Elsa, the 12 digit kept me from giving up. I kept my guns, and continued circling around the dungeon. As I was used to the route of Tararu's first floor, I circled around places where monsters were highly likely to appear. Whenever I round for 3 times and there were no monsters at all, I swung my fist at the air. In addition, whenever I encountered one who immediately tried to run away, I went quickly defeated it. With my infinite lightning bullet I decimated the monster. Fortunately my drop rate wasn't affected, similar to the time when the Defiler of Purity, Bicorn, that did not decrease my drop rate at all. If others have thrice the pain, I guess I just have twice the hard work to hunt. There really are a few monsters, Rita, though rarely but normally when I hunt, even if I went around the dungeon, there were times when the next monster did not show up. For bean sprouts it was 32,109 Piro. I couldn't quite hit my usual 40k, though without being discouraged I went to the second floor. The adventurers were getting lesser, so were the monsters. Walking around the second floor, I obtained the drops from the drowsy slimes, and received just a little over 20k Piro. The efficiency was really bad, even worse than usual. Still I continued forward. After finishing up one floor I went down another floor, and once finishing that floor, I recovered for a moment before returning to the upper floor. The efficiency was still low when I returned. It was half of what I had just now. Only having 10k worth of bean sprouts. Still, I kept on going. Welcome back Rita-san, Elsa. It was dusk. The first floor of the 3-story building, the Swallows Repayments branch. After going around the dungeon for almost an entire day, Elsa greeted me who just came back. Thanks for your hard work, Elsa. Farming during this hour is the worst. I do not want to visit the dungeon again when such day occurs. Rita. Well, during the lunar ring craze, there are some difficulties too, because during that day everyone is on war. Even those who were familiar with the dungeon would sometimes end up dying. Elsa. Still it's better than today, Rita. I'm exhausted. And was extremely tired. Moreover, I felt like I've done nothing at all. It felt like back in the day when I had no magic card and I had to come back to town every time once my baggage was full. No wait, if I were to deduct the walking time it would have still been more efficient compared to now. Yes, so this is how much you've deposited, Elsa. Elsa smiled as she handed my back the passbook. The passbook, with only 12 Piros remaining. How much would it be now? I wondered as I took a deep breath and opened the book. 1.2 million Piros. The passbook had digits and number that I had never seen before in my entire time. Amazing, Rita. The hard labor that I felt was immediately converted into a sense of achievement. Apparently the word is a word used by a Jap comedian named Masaru Hamaguchi. I'm not sure whether the word was derived from him, but he explained that the word is used when someone doesn't have enough money to live, could just go to a mountain or the sea to hunt for their food instead. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 104. While I was heading out from home to do my usual routine in Nunium, a hole suddenly came out from the ground and Eve was half buried there. Wow, yo, you scared me. What are you doing, Eve? Rita. Bunny would normally dig holes, isn't that common sense? Eve. I don't know of such common sense, Rita. Cunning Bunny digs all holes, that is a trivia, Eve. I don't think I would ever have the opportunity to use such trivia, Rita. After defeating her with Might Sukami, Eve hopped out of the hole, and the hole was neatly buried. A rare and unusual rabbit girl with her proud ears and tails and a bunny suits attached to her. Though she looked cute and full of colors, but don't let that fool you as opposite of how she looked. She's a full-fledged power-fighting adventurer. Coupled with her wondrous element, I have no idea what she was thinking after surprising me with that scene. Since I have no idea what she wanted, asking her up front was the best option. What were you doing around here, Rita? Low level, potion, Eve. Rita, I've used up the potions, Eve. Rita. Her hands were wide open. By potion, she meant the special dropped item that only I can obtain. The effects of that potion would increase your drop rate for a certain duration. I produced that in huge sum, and handed it out to my fellow teammates to use. Did you use them all up? Rita. Eve. Okay, then wait for a moment, Rita. I U-turned back into my home, and searched for the potion from inside my room. There were a variety of potions, and I finally found the potion which boosts the drop rates of vegetables. I have a huge supply of potions but damn. There's none left, Rita. None? Eve. Eve reached my room as she asked, though her expression did not change much, but I could tell from her voice that she was depressed. I didn't make surplus of potions when I went to Indole. Wait just a minute, I'll go and make some right now, Rita. Eve. I took the passbook and went out of my room. The drop-up potions were all dropped from money, hence why I took my passbook with me. I'll go and withdraw some money and hatch them into rogue monsters and gather some potions for Eve. It would not fail to turn into potions as I've been doing it for a really long time. However, 990k, Rita. Though I've just saved up 1.2 mil into my savings account. Without thinking I took a huge sum out and it sort of hurted when seeing it decrease so much. After separating from Eve, I stopped by Nonium to farm my MP from D to C, and after noon I dropped by Daru. If my savings decreased I just had to earn some more. As I thought as such, it was time to work hard in earning more money. By the way, when I was gathering the potions I went and stockpile more for future use, though the purpose of the potion was to increase the earnings of my teammates, but for Eve the role of the potion was to get delicious carrots. I knew about her expression when chewing on her favorite carrots, thus I didn't mind spending the money for her literally. I'll just have to fill the rest up by working harder. Tararu Dungeon, the first floor. As the double sun day has ended and the dungeon returned to normal, the hunting was a success. When the slime appeared I would defeat it and many bean sprouts drop as a result. There were two reasons as to why my efficiency increased. The first was obviously because the double sun day has ended and the amount of monsters have returned back to its original amount, and the second being that there were few adventurers currently. It was the same back when the magical storm or when the dungeon master appeared. Was it how this world works, or it was just this city? Whenever it wasn't worth it to hunt in the dungeon, the adventurers would carelessly spend their money in the city as much as possible. That it disgusts me. What's more, there were many who became adventurers, so the majority would spend their time eating and drinking for the entire day. By doing that, they waited for the magical storm to end, or wait for someone to subjugate the dungeon master, and waiting for the double sun to end. Though it ended and you should earn some money from the dungeon, but many adventurers would either drink too much or eat too much that it made no difference whether they were doing it during the phenomenon or after the phenomenon has ended, resulting in the dungeon being empty. Even though it was the first day when the double sun ended, it was the same when the magical storm hit the city. The adventurers were few, so it was easier for me to rush the dungeon multiple times. After clearing half of the first floor, the magic card was filled and I sent it to my home using the transfer function. After a whole trip around the first floor, I earned around 40k Piro per trip, so a total of 80k Piro. Diving into the second floor, I saw Eve, who I just passed the potion to, gnawing away the mountain of carrots. Ooh, you're really pushing it, Rita. Low level. Not giving you any carrots. Eve, I won't take them, Rita. Or more like, without finishing my sentence I fired the infinite lightning bullet at a drowsing slime that suddenly popped out. I handed Eve the S-rank carrots by Rita. You wanna eat his too? Rita, I love you. Low level, really love you. You can do whatever you want, Eve. I mean, you can pay me, Rita. I snickered, and after handing over the carrots to Eve, I went around the second floor where, as expected, there were few adventurers over here too. though Eve went on a massacre on this floor, but after going around 3/4 of the floor, my magic cart was filled up, sending those back. It was a total of 120k Piro. If I were to go overboard on the second floor, Eve would get mad. Thus I went down to the third floor. Defeating the Gokaburi-like cockroach slimes, I sent the pumpkins one at a time. Without resting, I continued hunting. Since I was at it, I might as well raise my savings account to 7 digits. Thus with my full capability I went all out hunting. Thank you so much. So I'll be withdrawing your money for this month's rental payment. Antonio. Yeah, I'll leave that to you, Rita. When evening arrived, I went out of Duru dungeon and was heading back while walking at the streets of Shikaro, and I was caught by Antonio, the real estate agent. As I went to Indole for quite some time, I did not pay for the rental fees. I was dragged here. Since he saw me holding onto the passbook, I can't be saying I have no money to pay, thus I gave up. Since withdrawing was convenient, I've taken care of it with ease, even though I should have come sooner, but there were Emily and Celeste here. Rita. No, I knew of the request you took from the Dungeons Association, plus I trust Sita-san. Antonio. Thanks, Rita. Then, if you have anything you can come by again. Antonio. Okay, Rita. I nodded, and Antonio sent me off with a bow. It sort of went over my head. I was about to leave the dungeon and go back home and check my earnings from Elsa today, but I was forced to spend money with Antonio. Well, it can't be helped. Since I'm renting it, I have to pay it. Pushing the magic cart, I walked the familiar path back home. After reaching home, I went to the first floor to greet Elsa. Emily and Celeste have not came back. Eve and Alice was nowhere to be seen. Only Elsa was there. Welcome back, Rita-san. Elsa, I'm back. Can you help me on this, Rita? Handing the passbook over to Elsa, she took it and opened it up and recorded today's income. You seem to have spent a lot today, Elsa. Today I really spent too much. The expenses for consumables and the rental, Rita. I understand, but still it's amazing, Elsa. Rita. Though you used up so much. Here, look at it, Elsa. Elsa, who was smiling, handed my passbook back and I looked at it. 2,006,100. I doubted at first. The balance was about 2 million Piros, though I used up so much, but instead of decreasing it went up by 1 million. My tension was lowered when I knew my balance might be reduced, but my tension immediately turned a 180 degrees and I became much more happy. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 105. Nonium Dungeon, 5th floor. Inside the snowy dungeon, I was hunting down the red skeleton, which was 3 times faster than usual. Seeing as the speed was incredibly fast, the chances of hitting them with bullets were slim. Compared to the other monsters, most of the time I would be able to hit with 100% accuracy. But for this monster it would drop down to around 90%, which for every 10 bullets shot, 1 bullet would miss. Rita. After missing a shot from the already quick red skeleton, it further increased in speed to the point where my hands couldn't keep up to its speed. Although the hit rate would be around 90%, but the second round of 10 bullets would drop that percentage to about 70%. However, it's still high despite dropping. Plus it wasn't a problem when using the infinite lightning bullet. Not good. I can't afford to be complacent, Rita. As long as I repeatedly fire the bullet it would eventually hit, was what I thought when I hurriedly scraped that mentality and thought of another way. It was the same when I had my HP and endurance on S, which allowed me to take almost no damage at all. Just because it was rank S I thought I was invisible. This habit of mine occurs whenever I obtained a new power, resulting in me being complacent. That is indeed a bad habit, and I have to figure out a way to fix that habit. Thus, when I reached the 10 shot and 9 bullets hit, I started counting in my heart. A sudden surprise attack came from within the wall, which was a specialty of Nonium, and without panicking I avoided the attack and fired at it. With that it was 10 out of 11, 90.9% accuracy. I picked up the seeds and my MP was increased by 1, and I continued walking. This time the surprise attack came from above the ceiling. I avoided and fired another bullet. 11 out of 12, which increased it to 91.6%. Picking up the seed, my MP further increased by 1 and I was being targeted by a new red skeleton. I panicked and missed my shot. The counter dropped to 10 out of 12. With just one mistake, the hit rate dropped down to 83.3%. Phew, Rita. It instantly decreased, and if I were to panic once more, I'm sure it would further decrease. I took a deep breath, and after calming down, I continued searching for more monsters. When they appeared, I defeated them. Sometimes barely being attacked, I managed to defeat them, keeping count of the hit rate in my heart whenever it increases. Strangely, when I was keeping count of the hit rate, my concentration skills increased. Not only that, it also increased my motivation. Both my concentration and motivation, together with my high stats, having both of these abilities increased, made me peerless inside Nonium's 5th floor. When noon came, my MP was increased from C to B, and my hit rate was increased to an astounding 98%. After exiting Nonium, I decided to head back home for now. Thank you for the hard work, Elsa. Welcome home, Nano Desitilda. Emily. Elsa and Emily were inside the first floor's garage. They were sitting across the table while sipping on black tea. On top of the table, there were sandwiches and bite-sized sweets prepared, even though it was only noon, but the atmosphere seemed like it was tea time. Rita-san, how about joining us for a cup of tea? Elsa, I'll brew more tea for you, Disu. Emily. After Emily said that, she walked up the staircase with her pitter-patter footsteps echoing around. Leaving just the two of us, I sat next to Elsa and reaching out for a piece of sandwich, I chewed it with delight. The sandwich was spread with strawberry jam, with a balance of sweetness to it, leaving my exhausted body full of energy. How is it? Elsa, what is? Rita. The taste of the sandwich. Elsa, it was extremely delicious, as I've almost used up my entire energy. This was a really good meal to boost it back. Rita. Yay? Elsa. For some reason Elsa did a guts pose near her chest. Why did you suddenly do a guts pose? Rita. That's because, Elsa, because that sandwich was handmade by Elsa-san. Nano Desitilda. Emily. TLN. Emily Omega GJ. Emily brought my black tea from the 2nd floor and sat down. So it wasn't made by Emily? Rita. Yes, Disu. Elsa and I both made it together. No Desu. The piece that Yoda-san ate was 100% made by Elsa-san. No Desu. Emily. Tilda. Rita. I devoured another piece of sandwich which was spread with the same jam. It is indeed delicious. It was normal that whatever Emily made was extremely delicious, but apparently Elsa is good at cooking too. Rita. Tea? Thank you, Elsa. Elsa's cheeks were dyed red. Should I make some more for you next time? Elsa, you're gonna make some for me? I would be glad to taste more of your cooking. Rita. I'll make more. I'll make lots and lots of delicious dishes for you, Elsa. Elsa was in a high spirit. I'm excited at what she would make next. Drinking the black tea that Emily poured for me, in addition with the sandwich, my energy was rejuvenated. Oh right, just in case, should I register right now, Rita? As I was saying it, I took out my passbook and handed it to Elsa. Register? Elsa. Yeah, I want to try and grasp the numbers of this morning's Hunt Fest. Rita. I would like to record down this morning's hit rate, though it was just an increase of hit rate, but it gave me a sense of achievement and that felt good. Plus when I feel good about it, my concentration would be affected, which would make me want to try even harder, resulting in me trying not to miss a single shot and getting a 98% of accuracy. I would like to do the same afterwards. By grasping the numbers, I wanted to see what would happen by gaining a small sense of accomplishment. Until yesterday I had a great sense of achievement, and wrote it down after finishing, feeling glad to see the number increased by so much. Although that was good, but it sort of got into my head. Since I kept on focusing on increasing my power this entire day, I thought that maybe I should have earned more as well. I understand. Please wait for a moment. Elsa. Elsa received my bank passbook and registered. I have kept you waiting. The balance has increased. Elsa. Increased? Didn't it decrease? Rita. It has increased by about 500k. Elsa, eh? Rita, for a second I had a why moment. I have not earned anything since last night. I decided to record it because there was a possibility that something was deducted this morning from doing stuff, although it should be reduced and not increase. But why? It's true that it has increased by nearly 50k. The nominal is ... Endol. Elsa, it's the name of a city Nano Desu, Emily. The taxes. Rita, I was relieved. I was told that Indole would send me some taxes. I didn't know it came so early. Is it taxes? Elsa tilted her neck. Thus, I explained to her about what happened in Indole till the very end. I see, so that's why you have taxes. But that's amazing that you would earn just by doing nothing. Elsa, now that you mention, it does seem amazing, Rita, by not doing anything. That sounds good. Well, it was a legitimate remuneration as I tried to save Indole's dungeon, plus I doubled the dungeon's drop, so by having unearned income was certainly not weird. Money would continue to flow from Indole even if I were to quit working. It was similar to winning a lottery. I could build apartments and rent those out to earn more incomes, and buy lots of stocks to live a luxurious life. Being similar to such lifestyle, I was sort of happy. Just like that money comes in, as expected of Yoda-san, you could live with just the taxes alone. Nano Desu, Emily. Well, I'll still be going into the dungeon, it's just that this would continue to enter. Rita, that would be even more amazing. Desu, Emily. Ah, Elsa. Suddenly, Elsa clapped her hands as if remembering something. What's wrong? Rita, there is another payment again. Wow. This is amazing. Elsa, what's happening exactly? Rita, it's a refund. Rita's tax amount for this year's purchases exceeded 30 million, so the tax will drop slightly. Since it happened just yesterday, so this was the remainder. Elsa, it decreased? Is it not going to rise? Rita, after explaining, Elsa returned me the book as though she was used to it. The deposit itself was 20k euros. It wasn't a huge amount. Yes. It will go down. Does the city where Rita-san went up? Elsa, if you're talking about city ... Yeah, something like that. Rita, this was running a progressive tax rate. If you earn to a certain extent, it was often that you would lose that amount with the increasing taxes. It was the same when I was still a student. Taxes up to 1 million yen per year are not taxable, but if you exceeded 1 million yen, then would you be charged with taxes? For Shikuro, when purchases rise, taxes would fall, as the adventurers would always dive into the dungeon. Elsa, I see. Rita, the person herself understood this really well, as I do not know what the secondary effect would be. The recorded 20k euros that was recorded in my passbook was quite the small amount. All this while I've been piling up 20k bags. It gave me a great sense of accomplishment, although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 106. I left home to Nonium. Today, I continued my usual routine by diving into the 5th floor and kept hunting for red skeletons. Concentrating to the best of my abilities, I maintained my hit rate at a 100% and also rose my MP from B to. After checking my status at the KIA board, I returned to the city with a sense of fulfillment. Shikuro is as lively as ever too. There weren't any magic storm, no double sun, no dungeon masters. It was just your average adventurers roaming around and fighting monsters in the dungeon. My legs were naturally heading back home, but suddenly I stopped. Emily said something to me before I was going out this morning. I will be maintaining my hammer today. Sutilda, Emily, hammer, a customized weapon that Smith, the owner of the weapon shop, offered to her. The motive was similar to an athlete, where they sponsor a certain product to a famous adventurer, and the more active the adventurers are, the more they can sell that product. It was the so-called advertisement billboards. Emily had been active recently. With her level being maxed out, she would head to Shikuro's dungeon, especially in Arsenic where there were only rock-type monsters. It was a huge success. Being that active, I heard that nearly 70% of adventurers who dive into Arsenic used Emily's hammer. It's almost similar to Air Jordan. Rita, that reminded me of the days when basketball shoes were the hype in my school. Anyways, since Emily was busy all day with her maintenance, so I wouldn't have any food to eat when I return home. Can't be helped. Should I eat out then, Rita? While taking a stroll through the streets, I tried to remember restaurants that were serving meals right now. Then, there was a shop that sells something like ramen. From the whiff I could smell what seemed to be tonkatsu or akai, and the umami which made it seem to be a wonderful ramen. Suddenly missing those tastes, I tried entering the store. Dawn. I bumped into someone just before entering the shop. Sorry, Rita. I'm sorry. It was the guy from one of the pair of man and woman who is attached to the elderly man. The elderly man had methods of brainwashing like people in cults or a black company by connecting words with their dreams and emotions. He was that victim. He looked even worse than when I last met him. I'm sorry. I was sort of daydreaming. That's fine, but you alright? Rita. Oi. Rita. Sorry, I wasn't listening. The guy was dazing while looking at the sky. The heart wasn't here. Or not. He clearly was exhausted from rushing into dangerous situation. Then, wait a mo, Rita. I inadvertently detained the man from leaving. If this goes any longer, it'll leave a bad taste to my mouth, as he reminded me of myself before I came here. In the ramen shop, a man was having a look of surprise, flattening the third bowl of ramen and stacking it on top of the first two, as well as devouring the fried foods I ordered from the side menu. Another one please. I'm sorry, I unconsciously. It's alright, I've already said that I'm going to treat you, so you don't have to apologize and continue ordering more, Rita. Thinking that he might refrain from ordering anymore, I opened my mouth and made an additional order. I bought him in the store because I wanted to treat him, as he looked like he was about to collapse at any moment. Although he refrained at the beginning, but soon he fell for the fragrance of the ramen in front of him and his instincts took over. This amount of dishes was more than I expected. By the way, I could not eat it. How do I put it? The seasoning made the taste too strong that it could not match with my tongue, though the taste itself shouldn't be that bad, as the interior of the shop has grown pretty well and the surrounding guests were feasting it. It's probably the fact that my tongue had been fattened by Emily's dishes. I watched the man as he wolfed down the fourth bowl. Thank you for the meal. Don't mind. My name is Saturita. You can call me by either Satu or Rita. Rita. Speaking of, we never knew each other's name, thus I introduced myself from here. My name's Cliff. Thanks Rita. Cliff, TLN. Another Cliff? Question mark. Was that enough? If it's not, I can order more again, Rita. It's alright, but seriously thanks, Cliff. I see. Anyways, what's happening with you? Are you not eating enough? Rita. I knew the reason. But I decided to ask anyway. I wasn't paid yet, so it has been 3 days of not having meals. Cliff. 3 consecutive days? Doesn't Cliff dive into dungeon and make money? Rita. We are. Oh, there is one other friend, but the money is under the control of the captain, so we get paid from him. Cliff. What about salary? Rita. Not enough. Cliff. How is it not enough? How much are you paid? Rita. If I'm not mistaken, I was paid 30k euros last month. Cliff. That's the pocket money for a kid. Rita. Cliff. It's nothing, Rita. I accidentally took me myself. And Cliff seemed to be suspicious. No wait, he had the face of weirded out. This world's currency, Biro, is almost equal to yen. Even the price for this ramen was similar. A normal bowl is worth 700 yen and a large bowl costs an additional 100 Biro. With such prices, he has a salary of 30k per month. Can you even live like this? Sorry, Rita. When I saw Cliff looking at me with that expression, I apologized. Because he can't live like that was why he is like this right now. It can't be helped. We weren't earning much. Cliff. Was it that bad? Rita. Plus we were also injuring ourselves and our weapons and armors would need repairs, so that amount would be deducted from the captain. Cliff. Rita. So consumable items and equipments are deducted too? It seemed to be reasonable, but somehow it was still strange. It can't be just 30k that less per month. Cliff cast downwards, and was depressed. Sometimes I wonder, is this job not suitable for me? Cliff. Is that so? Rita, I think that there are other places where we can demonstrate our strengths, but if we were to tell that to the captain he would think we are amiable, Cliff. Well, I don't think so at all. I think it's a great way of thinking, Rita. But that's the truth, Cliff. Huh? Rita, when the captain picked me up, my status were awful, my ability was low, and my drops, besides vegetation which was E, the rest was F, Cliff. Ah, I see, Rita. It sounded similar to Emily when I first met her. If that was it then he really had no choice. Did your drop not increase at all? Rita, A. Cliff, A. Rita, Cliff was surprised, and I was too. Why? Why did he responded with an A? What do you mean by that? Cliff, what do you mean? It's common sense though, Rita. Drops can grow? Cliff, wait. Isn't that normal since you can level up too, Rita. Cliff, I was amazed as I thought this was common sense for everyone. I opened my eyes widely, and I tried to open my mouth but I stopped and decided to keep quiet. I remembered what I saw back when I was in the dungeon. The so-called captain was spouting nonsense about being grateful and having dreams. Don't tell me he told you that drops can't be increased at all? Rita, Cliff nodded. It can go up? Cliff, well there are those who can't increase, but never once I know it cannot be increased at all, Rita. At least my friends had some growth before their levels maxed out. Cliff was astonished. After paying for the meal, I took him out of the store, walking through the busy streets. Why not check it for yourself? Rita, because I was told by the captain that if I were to see my own abilities I would limit myself. The status won't determine whether I'm strong or not, but whether I as a human being will be able to surpass my limits. Cliff, my God, this is a quibble, Rita. Although that's what he said, but there was no way to not check for it yourself. Perhaps that elderly man was cleverly controlling Cliff, preventing him from looking at it and making him inferior about his vegetation being at E. This is really pissing me off. I brought Cliff to the tool store in the city. I then bought a consumable item to check the status and give it to him. Even if you don't go into the dungeon to check on the KIA board, there's an item which can check it. Try using it, Rita. Cliff, being told to use it. Cliff used it and his status was displayed. Aren't your level already maxed out? How much was he using you for, Rita? This is my, Cliff. Besides being fairly strong, your magic is stronger, Rita. Oh, is that so, Cliff? Cliff was perplexed, but more than that. On to the next. This is the deciding factor, Rita. Cliff, I heard him drinking the consumable. Then it displayed Cliff's drop status. Cliff, I told you so, Rita. I let Cliff burn this into his memory, letting him remember the anger towards that elderly man. The numbers don't lie. This place won't be able to demonstrate your ability, but places like Indole, Rita. Cliff was stunned. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 107. Indole. Cliff, it's a dungeon that was born recently, and the drops are gold dust. Which is perfect for you because of your mineral drop, Rita. Cliff, Rita. Cliff was amazed. What is this? Being surprised by this dungeon. Can be born? Cliff. Wait, what? Rita. Well, I've never heard of such story before. Cliff. But the nonium was born in Shikaro recently though, plus selenium which became part of Shikaro too. Rita. Was that so? Cliff. Cliff seemed to be half surprised, half embarrassed. Does he not even know such things? Such common sense that a dungeon is born and also information about nonium and selenium. Not being informed whatsoever and continued being exploited by that man. My anger is slowly boiling. I'm just gonna say this straight. You're more suited to hunt in Indole, Rita. Boo. But, Cliff, just shut it, Rita. Seeing as it was gonna take some time to persuade him, I pulled out my gun and without questioning, fired the recovery bullet, the sleeping bullets into Cliff. Being shot by the special bullet, Cliff's eyes became wide and was instantly sent into the dream world. While Cliff was sleeping, I brought him to Indole. Even though I just left Indole for a few days, Indole has become a vibrant place. The people and things were increasing. and new buildings were beginning to develop. The villagers were also bright and cheerful, clearly showing the fruits of the gold dust that Orym brought. This is, Cliff. This is the place I said just now, Indole. Well, seeing is believing. Let's head straight to the dungeon, Rita. But, Cliff, just go already, Rita. I pulled Cliff and went towards Orym dungeon. Benefactor Sama, if you are gonna come, you should have informed us earlier. Please go back and tell Mother that Benefactor Sama came back, so we can prepare a party. The villagers gathered one after another just outside of the dungeon and talked to me. When I told them that I came here to attend to another business and the party was impossible, the villagers looked disappointed. Cliff, who saw what happened, opened his mouth widely. Cliff, what's wrong? Rita, is Rita such an important person? Cliff, I'm just your ordinary adventurer. It's just that I was being hired once from the association chief to help the villagers. Rita, the association chief? Cliff, he doesn't know that either. That elderly man is beginning to frustrate me even more. Well, that's the reason why I brought him to Orym in the first place. Adventurers and villagers were gathered outside the dungeon. I saw Aaron, thus I approached him and started talking to him. Aaron, Rita. Benefactor Sama. Aaron, what's happening? Rita, they are waiting for their turn to head into the dungeon. This mechanism is to keep the dungeon structure from changing each time. Aaron, I see, Rita. Since Orym is a rogue dungeon, the structure changes every time someone enters. So if they do this, it would make it so that people diving inside won't experience the changes each time someone enters. That means we'll have to wait. I held back from letting Cliff entering the dungeon and decided to talk to Aaron. How's the situation in the village? Rita, thanks to Benefactor Sama, the villagers are doing great. The houses are being rebuilt and marriages that have been postponed are almost certainly resumed, which is also thanks to Benefactor Sama. Aaron, I'm happy that everything is doing fine, Rita. Oh right, Benefactor Sama, I've raised my son's level but his vegetation drop has increased by a lot. I have no idea what to do about that, plus I saw his eyes being awakened to the pleasures of exploring in the dungeon. Aaron, then he should just come to Shikaro, and I can look after him for some time. Rita, that's absurd. I can't bother Benefactor Sama with such trivial matter. Aaron, don't worry about it. It's better to stay in a place where you can use your powers to the best of your ability. Rita, thank you so much Benefactor Sama, I'll ask him right now. Aaron, after speaking with Aaron, the villagers continued to speak with me. From the expression and tone, I could see that the villagers were full of life. After finishing their stories, I went back to Cliff. For some reason Cliff was daydreaming. What's wrong, Rita? How are you such good terms with all of them? Cliff, huh? Rita, isn't being an adventurer to compete with rivals, and to only think of hunting your own prey without being open to others besides your companion, and to also watch out for those approaching, Cliff. Is that what your captain said? Rita. Cliff silently nodded. I can't believe he could spout such bullshit. I heard that it would be better to cut out conversation with others to brainwash people easier. But this is on a whole different scale. I've only ever seen people doing this to slaves or maybe to electronic devices. This is really pissing me off. Orym dungeon, first floor. Finally, when it came to our turn to enter the dungeon, Cliff and I were the last person to enter the dungeon. Wow, the surroundings changed. Cliff, it's those rogue-type dungeons, where the structure changes every time you enter. Rita. I see, Cliff. Anyways, look, a monster is coming, try and defeat it. Rita. I got it. Cliff, do be careful, those monsters are quite cumbersome. It'll try and deceive you until you manage to defeat it. Rita. Cliff further nodded and ran towards the little devil. Let the battle begin. As expected of a level 66 cap person, he was used to battling. The battle progressed while Cliff grabbed the pace of the little devil, and after gaining the advantage he would be able to deal the final blow. Rita. Cliff. What? Rita. Cliff. Rita. Why did he call me before dealing the final blow? I shrugged my head but remembered why in a couple of seconds. It was the same when Cliff was together with that man. Cliff and the other colleague would combine and weaken the monster. Then the elderly man would deal the final blow. Probably the habit just came out. Not me, but you should defeat it, Rita. Me? Cliff, just kill it, Rita. Cliff was clearly troubled, even though he was fighting so smoothly, but when it comes to defeating it he can't, and the little devil counterattacked. What's wrong, Rita? I don't think I can kill it, Cliff. Damn it, just do it, Rita. I can't. I can only reduce its HP till the final blow, Cliff. Cliff was troubled. Seems that his body was used to just almost killing the monster and stopped attacking afterwards. I thought for a moment, and fired a recovery bullet at the little devil. The bullet hit, and the little devil was recovered. After doing so, Cliff started moving and attacked the healed-up little devil. Afterwards, just before he could kill it, his hands stopped. Damn it. What should I do, Rita? Cliff was also troubled. As expected, he won't defeat it, but would attack it before dealing the final blow. If that's the case, I fired another recovery bullet at the little devil. The recovered monster moved towards Cliff. Sure enough, after being healed, Cliff would attack 3 times before defeating it. I concentrated and counted Cliff's attack. 1, 2 and 3rd. I interrupted by firing a normal bullet between the 2nd and 3rd attack. After his 3rd attack, the little devil was killed. I defeated it, Cliff. Moreover, Rita, I picked up the dropped gold dust and handed it to him, who was stunned when he stared at his hands. In Dole's village, one of the Swallows' repayment store. After the construction of the shop was finished, it became a new store. I went there with Cliff. I called for the store clerk and let him do a trading. Afterwards, like a rehab, I supported Cliff by helping him defeat the monsters and getting the gold dust. Because his drop was at sea and the drop rate wasn't that good, but he still earned something. With that, I let him sell it. Sorry for the wait, Ina. A face I know. Ina had just finished counting. She placed some notes and coins on the tray and presented it in front of Cliff. With the tax reduction it is 7,320 Piro, Ina. 7,000 Piro. This, by me? Cliff. It's all yours, Rita. Cliff. Various expressions floated on the face of Cliff. Surprised, embarrassed, and gratefulness. I earned so much in just a single day. Cliff. He was happy with that much. 7,000 Piro is a daily amount of a part-time job. Still, it was way better than that guy who only gave 30k Piro to Cliff every month. Gradually, his mind caught up. Cliff put on a joyful emotion and received the money. Thank you so much, Rita, Cliff said. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 108. The next day, Orem Dungeon, 1st floor. I was watching over Cliff hunting monsters. It was still slightly awkward, but he was starting to get used to it. Given enough time, he would be able to hunt for himself. To be able to rescue someone who was caught in a black company, I was relieved and satisfied. We are done with Cliff's business, thus we should head back to Shikaro after coming out the dungeon. I thought that the time has come. Inside the dungeon, a bell was ringing. It was a clear tone, and it sounded like the bell was specifically made out of gold. A gold bell that was made from the gold that was dropped by Orem Dungeon. The bell was a mechanism to notify when adventurers have used up their time and should leave the dungeon. Cliff, who heard it, had just defeated the monster, picked the gold dust and returned to my side. Good work out there. How was it, Rita? Better than yesterday, Cliff. While saying that, Cliff showed me the gold dust on the palm of his hand. As he had said so, the amount had exceeded compared to yesterday's drops. Being at maxed level and mineral at sea, plus Orem had double the drop rate after defeating the hidden boss. It can be said that it was normal in a certain sense. That's good then, Rita. It really is, thanks to Rita. Cliff. Don't worry about it, Rita. Because I was once in a black company, I can't just overlook someone suffering from it too. The scenery around us continuously changed while taking about such things, each time making Cliff surprised. Well, rogue dungeons are a troublesome thing, as the whereabouts would change every time an adventurer comes in, Rita. I guess it's that kind of thing, Cliff. It'll be convenient once you start getting used to it. Look, Rita. The moment I finished saying, we were sent to the entrance of the dungeon and we could see new adventurers lining up for their turn to enter the dungeon. If your timing is good, then it is possible to leave without doing anything, Rita. It's so convenient, Cliff. Rita. Suddenly I heard my name being called, and at the same time someone hugged me. Furthermore, the scenery around me changed and I was flown into somewhere unknown. I didn't know who was cuddling me, so I calmly judged the situation and saw the one hugging me so suddenly. Margaret. Rita. It has been a while since we last met, Margaret. It was that Margaret, the princess of the air. As usual, the atmosphere around her was fluffy with her elegant and beautifully dressed princess dress. Likewise, so what's wrong? Rita. I've heard rumors of a new dungeon and I'm glad that I came, as I could meet with Rita, because I have something to show to Rita. Margaret. What do you want to show? Rita. Margaret then went around searching for something, and when she saw the KIA board, she immediately went towards it. After operating it, I went close to her. The status board was displayed, and she looked at me with her fluffy smile. It was thanks to Rita that I'm finally like this, Margaret. Woo-oo. Rita. What was displayed was what I'd expected. When her level is capped at 99, her drop would all be A. The status was exactly the same type as mine right after I came to this world. Orem Dungeon, first floor. I was watching the battle of Margaret. They were the 4 men that was always with her. The 4 of them made me see Margaret as a princess because they resembled that of knights supporting her. The 4 of them attacked the little devil, showing their outstanding combination by chasing the little devil and weakening it. Princess. One of the 4 turned back and called out for Margaret. Margaret nodded, dragged the same heavy sword when I first met, and head towards the little devil that was being restrained like a naughty toddler by the 4 men. The gold dust was dropped briskly because of her A drop. The Margaret family. That phrase naturally emerged in my head. Being an all F for battling, but having all of 4 drops. Margaret's tactic was different, as she needed her knights to weaken and give her the finishing blow. That was the status of Margaret and her appearance. It was a totally different battle tactic compared to the Neptune and Arya family, but I was convinced just by looking at her for a while. Margaret then went towards the next monster. Cliff. Suddenly, I looked at Cliff, seemingly staring at Margaret without mentioning anything from a little while ago. What's wrong? Your expression looks sharp, Rita. That is that fine? Cliff. Rita. Isn't that making it look exactly like how I fight? Cliff. Rita. I see, so that's what he meant. The men around her was weakening the monster and letting her deal the final blow. Certainly, it may be the same as Cliff's way of doing things. Cliff. Cliff's facial expression was not excellent as he remembered his past self from watching it. I thought that I had to say something. After defeating the next little devil, Margaret picked up the dropped gold dust, and went to her knights. Yes, rat, social, play, builder, Margaret, TLN. I assume their names equals their roles. After calling their names, she presented the gold dust quarterly to the 4 of them. Thank you for giving us such happiness. Whether the 4 of them were genuine knights, but the 4 of them kneeled together and took the gold dust from Margaret. It reminded me of a scene where the knights had no complaints and gladly accepted whatever the princess offers. Cliff. Cliff was puzzled by it. She gives it to them. Cliff. Margaret treats her men differently from how your captain treats you, Rita. That's true. But why, Cliff? Rita. Margaret. Well, Cliff was puzzled. Margaret, who handed the gold dust to the knights, came over to me and hugged me again. She clung to my waist as if to tackle me, and looked up to me, showing her bosom. Did you watch my battle just now? Margaret. Yeah, I see that you can do it, Rita. It's all thanks to Rita. Margaret. How about them? Rita. They are from my family. When I told them about my status, they gladly helped me in fighting, Margaret. So they came from there, Rita. Yeah, Margaret. And the action of giving the drops? Rita. I was imitating Rita. Margaret. Rita. Cliff. While I titled my head, at the same time Cliff heard that and was surprised that he raised his voice. It is all thanks to Rita that I managed to get to what I am right now. Rita, who generously helped me. I'm merely imitating it, Margaret. I have not done anything that great, Rita. That is wrong, Margaret. She stopped hugging me and took a step while looking up at me with a strong figure. Her elegant face was filled with her elegant aura. Her atmosphere was drifting. It's thanks to Rita, not matter who they are, even if it's Rita who said so, I will continue to say that I'm indebted to Rita, Margaret. I see, then thank you too, Rita. Then Margaret. Yeah? Rita, I want to add Rita's family into my family, Margaret. My family? Rita, was she saying that as a subsidiary, or as a subordinate? Unfortunately, I cannot fight alone. If I do not have them, I would not be able to do anything by myself. Thus, please let me add this family to Rita's family, Margaret. I see. If that's the case, I welcome you, Rita. Thank you so much. Being under the wing of Rita family, the Margaret family once again thank you and wish to do our best in the future, Margaret. Margaret was delighted and strongly hugged me. We were at the plaza after leaving the dungeon in the afternoon. The plaza was also added as a result of earning lots of money. Orem dungeon was originally in the middle of private houses, so the remnants of those private houses were removed, and a fountain was created in the middle, followed by constructions of shops related to dungeon was built. Indole was also changing to suit the dungeon, which was a good change. Thus, I was looking at Cliff face to face. Then this is goodbye. I will return to Shikaro. If you have anything, please contact me anytime, Rita. I guess I have finished helping Cliff for now. With the misunderstanding of Margaret, because she was listening from the side when she confessed to me, he understood that his former captain, they were different from that elderly man. Rita. No, Rita-san. Cliff-san, why so formal all of a sudden? Rita, please let us be under Rita-san's wings too. Perhaps another two more person. But please, Cliff. Two person. Cliff's friend, which was another colleague who has survived together with that man. It was a declaration to save that person. I got it. Good luck, Rita. Yes, thank you so much, Cliff. Cliff started using honorific words to me completely. He probably saw what I could do from Margaret. Cliff felt confident that he would be able to help his companion. TLN note, Merry Christmas everyone. I hope you would have a great day ahead of you. I know I would, although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 109. The road leading back to Shikaro from Indole, a wilderness that had nothing at all, and a man-made road built to compensate for the lack of things. With a world that has everything, products dropped from dungeons, if you were to leave just a few miles away from a dungeon, you would find no cities or humans whatsoever, which gives of an end-of-the-world atmosphere. On that empty path, Margaret and I were walking on it. My appearance was your typical adventurer that you see every day, but Margaret had an appearance showcasing her as the princess. Her clean and elegant look was displayed from top to bottom. It was a considerable mismatch with this wilderness. So in conclusion, Rita is the head chief of Indole. Margaret, there is the village mayor. I'm just appointed as the chief of the dungeon association. Rita, the position of the association chief is overwhelmingly higher than that of a village mayor. You can say that neither a city or a village can do without a dungeon inside. Margaret. That's obvious, Rita. I smile bitterly as I understood what Margaret was trying to say. I do understand, but I just can't see myself as a chief. Back when I was working at that black company at my former world, there weren't any positions for manager, plus new employees did not settle for long, and thus there weren't any juniors at the company. So I wasn't familiar with being at the position of a chief, which stood higher than everyone, which means those peoples were also saved by Rita. Margaret. That's how things ended up being, rescuing them and gaining knowledge of the dungeon, Rita. Plus doubling the drops in the dungeon, though I omitted from saying it. I'm not sure whether it's the spirit of the dungeon or it really was the god of the dungeon, but I figured that it was best to keep Orem's existence to myself for the time being. Nothing less from Rita. Margaret. Anyways, Rita. I looked around us, and after checking that there were no one else, I asked her, did your 4 knights, I mean 4 teammates, not follow you? Rita. You mean Rat, Social, Play, and Builder? Margaret. Yeah, them, Rita. I did remember their name being that. Weird. They are following though. Margaret. Where on earth, Rita? Rat. Margaret. Yes. Rat. WTF. Rita. The moment Margaret called for his name, one of the knights suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He appeared without a sound like a ghost and kneeled down in a posture as if a follower following his princess. Where in the heck did you come from? Rita. Rat. Rat did not answer my question. Well, I wonder where though? Margaret. Margaret tilted her head, as if not knowing too. We are always here when Margaret Sama needs us, and when Margaret Sama orders at any moment or at any place we will comply. Also whenever we are not in use, we will be at a place which won't get in the way of Margaret Sama. Rat. Is what he said. Margaret. That didn't explain anything at all. Rita. Good work, Rat. It's all right now, you may leave. Margaret. Yes. Rat. Rat slightly bowed and disappeared as the same as when he came. Although I was watching him the entire time, but the moment I blinked he disappeared from my sight, as if he wasn't here from the beginning. He even removed his footprints. Rita. In the wilderness there remained only the footprints of Margaret and I, and there were no evidence of Rat ever stepping foot here at all. Even looking at several tens of meters, there weren't any footprints of him ever existing. It's almost as if you summoned him. Okay, I won't say any more, Rita. That's right, Margaret. What's more, that attitude. It reminds me of way back when I saw the position of a senpai and a new stuff which turned into an errand boy under that senpai. Rita. What's an errand boy, Pashire? Margaret. She doesn't know what's an errand boy. Well, it can't be helped as she is a princess. It's a position where you are ordered to buy yakisoba bread or juice or something like that. Rita. If that's the case then everyone is an errand boy? Margaret. Huh? Rita. Social. I want a cold tea. Margaret. Here you go. Social. What the? Rita. I was surprised by that sudden action. A different man appeared diagonally behind Margaret this time. I don't know where he got it, but the man gave a glass with ice to Margaret. It looked tasty as one can see the cooling glass with water droplets dripping from the glass. Thank you, Margaret. It's my pleasure to serve. Social. TLN. After Margaret finished drinking, Social disappeared without a trace or sound. Though their appearance is that of a knight. But aren't they ninjas in disguise? That is seriously amazing. I'm kinda interested as to how far they would go to listen to your orders though. Rita. You want to know? Margaret. Yeah, Rita. If Rita says so. Margaret. Margaret stopped. Rat. Social. Play. Builder. Margaret. After she called for the four of them, as if time has stopped for a moment, the four of them appeared in front of Margaret, with one knee in front of her and rests their arm on their protruding knee. This time they didn't appear diagonally behind of Margaret. The appearance is that of a ninja, but their gesture showed that of a knight. That imbalance was a little funny to look at. How far would you cooperate with me? Margaret. When Margaret asked, the four of them did not spare any time, but they weren't in a hurry. Using a delicate tone. I'll live on for the sake of Margaret Sama. I'll die for the sake of Margaret Sama. Margaret Sama's joy is everything to me. It's because of Margaret Sama that everything exists. TLN. Is this some sort of a cult? They are outright devotees. Even their beliefs are similar to that of a devotee. Rita. Thank you, Margaret. After Margaret thanked them, the four of them disappeared without a sound again. Well, they have answered. Are you convinced with that? Margaret. Instead of being convinced, I feel that it was extremely amazing. Rita. Wait, didn't they each of them received a gold dust from Margaret? Wouldn't that mean that they are pleased to serve you because they received something? Rita. We deserve only death if we refused any of Margaret Sama's gifts. Wow, WTF again. Rita. What seems to be the problem? Margaret. I was surprised enough to jump up, but Margaret seemed to be calm as ever. I looked around me. I was certain that someone came and whispered into my ear, but when I looked around nobody was here. Besides, I felt that the voice was different from the ordinary voice. That is seriously amazing, just amazing. After being surprised, I calmed down and finally accepted it. They really are firm believers. Well, when I first met Margaret, I thought that you were like an idol, because you sold an airbox or something. Rita. What is an idol? Margaret. It's a type of race where everyone loves and adores them. Rita. I tried giving my interpretation. From everyone. Is it? Margaret, that's right, Rita, even Rita. Margaret, eh? Rita, am I also liked by Rita? Margaret, Dokin. Margaret turned to me and looked straight to me, a happy eyes with reddish cheeks. It's as if, wait just a minute. Idols should not have any romantic relationship or even get married. I really like Rita. So does Rita. Like me too? Margaret, a hard ball without fine workmanship was thrown straight at me. My chest took a critical hit. My heart was beating fast, spiking up my heartbeat in a stretch. Margaret was staring at me with wet eyes. As I was excited and warmed up, she gradually became troubled, then saddened, as if tears were starting to pour out from her eyes. Is it a no then, Margaret? No, that's not it, Rita. Is that true? Margaret, yes, I think I like you, but, Rita, this happened before with Elsa, but I have little experience with such things. I have no idea what to do, and I'm at a loss. My visibility unexpectedly became dark, and a soft feeling was transmitted to my lips. The contact of about 0.1 seconds, a kiss just like a bird kiss. My head had gotten even wider. What have I done, Margaret? Margaret's face turned even redder, and her face was boiling up. Rat, social, play, builder. Please hide my face, Margaret. Yes, the four Shinobi appeared without a sound and surrounding Margaret. I'm so sorry, Margaret. While still being embarrassed, Margaret ran away covering her face with her hands while being escorted by the four of them. I remained standing there blankly. Satudano. Wow, stop scaring me. Rita, one of the knights who escorted Margaret, appeared in front of me. If I'm not mistaken, it's Rat, right? He looked at me straight in the eyes with a serious face. And with that face he honestly said, this was the first time we have seen Margaret-sama with such a happy expression. Rat, Rita. I imagined he would say things like, this unlucky man should not deserve the princess, or something along those lines. But what I was told was the complete opposite of that. Please continue to be with her from now onwards, Rat. After saying that, Rat bowed and disappeared once again. Thank you, Rita. Being said that by Rat, I remembered the feeling of that kiss, imagining the words, from now on, and, various, with Margaret. My heart rate increased even more than usual, although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 110. I've missed a shot. Nonium Dungeon, 5th floor. While the snow danced around the dungeon, the shot to the red skeleton missed again and lightning strikes burst into the wall of the dungeon. Damn. Cut by 50%. Rita. My condition was horrible since this morning. My hit rate was already 0% to start off because of the red skeleton I fought from the beginning. And now it only raised to 50%. The reason was pretty obvious. My heart was still beating fast, and a fuzzy feeling was felt throughout my body. The red skeleton went behind me and hit me with its bone. It made a clean hit on the back of my head and laughed with its bones cackling. What? Don't look down on me, Rita. I grabbed its legs from the ground and gathered power from my entire body and swiftly returned a punch. Although the red skeleton tried to withdraw at super speed, but my fist connected first. The red skeleton was blown away and shattered before it could even hit the wall of the dungeon. It then dropped the MP seed and picking up I gained 1 MP. Afterwards, I blew out air that was accumulated in my lungs, letting out a fuo sound. In the dungeon which had snow falling, I scratched my head repeatedly, messing up my hair. The cause was obviously because of what Margaret said. The unexpected kiss that I received yesterday still made me angry. With my unstable condition, it took a longer than usual as I was constantly failing to hit the target, and at the end my hit rate went down by 40%. I extended the battle until lunch break, and somehow I was able to raise my MP from B to. In the afternoon, I went to Turu by myself, but I encountered Margaret at the entrance of the dungeon. I was waiting for you, Tilda. Margaret. You waited? Rita. Yes, I went to Rita's house but you weren't there. Then the people in the house said that you would be at Turu in the afternoon. Margaret. Yeah, Rita. I averted my eyes from her. I could not look at Margaret's face properly as the base of my ear was hot. My heart was racing, as I remembered about yesterday's kiss. Anne, anyways, do you need anything from me? Rita. I thought of looking at how Rita hunts. Margaret. Looking at me hunting? Rita. Yes, among the adventurers who are in Shikaro, I was wondering if I could learn from Rita's fierce battles against monsters. Margaret. So you want to learn about my movements, Rita? If I could move around by myself, then it would help Rat and the rest too in the future. Margaret. Well, it's better to have more variety, Rita, even if it's still dealing the last hit. But if the person who is dealing the final hit was stronger, then it would certainly change some things. If their attack power is high, then it would reduce the amount of cuts they need to do, and if they have a high accuracy, then they do not have to restrain it all the time. As Margaret becomes stronger, it was certain that more things could be done. Your ambition is amazing, Rita. Yes. What did you just say? Margaret. Nothing at all. I got it. Follow me then, Rita. Yes. Margaret. Margaret followed me into the dungeon with a smile on her face. Turaru Dungeon, first floor. I'm having deep emotions, Rita. Eh? Margaret. Ah no, I still remember when I first went inside here. I was the same as Margaret. Our status were almost the same, though all my drops are high, but my abilities were all F. Rita. Is that true? Margaret. Yeah, Rita. If that's the case, then I could also be like Rita Tilda. Margaret. I guess so, Rita. My only strength is my drops being all S, and also having nonium. So I thought that I would not put water on Margaret with eyes shining brightly. With that out, I started my hunt. While pushing the magic cart, we went further inside the dungeon. A slime appeared and jumped at me. I stopped the slime with my hands, and fired at it from on top of the magic cart. Even with a normal bullet it would penetrate the slime, instantly killing it. The dropped bean sprouts then fell right into the magic cart. That's amazing, with just one attack. Margaret. Plus I defeated it from above the magic cart, so the drop would fall right into the cart without having to pick it up. As the slime is weak, so it was easy to do this method to increase the efficiency, Rita. So that's how it is, Margaret. Plus, using normal bullets instead of the infinite lightning bullet was also to increase efficiency. Recently, I learned a few things. When a monster was zapped by the lightning, it takes time to burn it to crisp before dropping its drop. Though with the normal bullet, it would instantly penetrate and kill it and in an instant drop the bean sprouts, even though it's just a few second difference, but the time would accumulate and it would result in a time lost when using the lightning bullet. Although it's infinite and user-friendly, but it wasn't suitable for pursuing efficiency when it comes to doing things like time attack. Bringing Margaret along, I defeated the slimes as we went forward, defeating it, letting the bean sprouts fall into the magic cart. Then repeat the process. Suddenly, my feet stopped. What's wrong? Margaret. Just a little while longer, Rita. Margaret tilted her head. I prepared my gun and waited for a while. After 30 seconds had passed, a slime was born. The moment it was born I defeated it, and put the bean sprouts inside the magic cart. What was that? Margaret. I could guess the spawn point of the monster at a certain extent. For this point, the slime would spawn every 5 minutes. When we went around and returned here I thought it was about time for it to spawn again. Rita. You could even remember something as detailed as this. That's amazing, Margaret. I'm just used to it, Rita. Is there anything else? Margaret. Margaret was admiring me. Her eyes were shining ever so brightly, and her face had a childlike expression waiting for something else to happen. That face made me want to explain more. From what I've remembered thus far, I taught her everything I've learned with the bodily sensation, and to put it to practice, I showed her the efficiency rate of hunting in Turaru Dungeon. Margaret was extremely happy about it and kept on saying how awesome I was. Her expression was beautiful and also adorable. Having these two high-level expression together is dangerous. I want to look at that expression more, and tried other ways to make her show. TLN, creepy Rita. That was so amazing to look at, Margaret. Evening befalls, and we head out of Turaru Dungeon. and Margaret and I were walking around the city streets. From the first floor down to the 7th floor, I showed her the steps of defeating each individual monsters from each floors, and also the most efficient way of strategizing each floor. Margaret was overwhelmed with pleasure. Looking at it made me thought that it was worth doing it. As I expect of Rita, my one and only Prince Sama, Margaret, Rita. Margaret went straight with her speech, and made my heart skip a beat. The thought of showing her the methods of hunting monsters was completely forgotten and my heart was beating even faster. A cherry-colored lip entered the vision of my eyes. This is bad. What am I supposed to do? Once I became conscious of the person, looking at her in front of me made my heart beat even faster than usual. There he is. Oh Rita, Rita. Someone was calling me from behind, and I saw Alice heading towards me. While waving her hands, I could see the 3 SD-sized monsters sitting on her shoulders. What's the matter? Rita. In a way a savior has come to save me. The excitement died down a little, and I turned to look at Alice. Breaking news. You would probably want to know about it, so Elsa sent me to tell you about it. Alice. Breaking news? Rita. Yes. Alice. Alice strongly nodded, and expressed her innocent smile. Congratulations. Your income for today exceeded 3 million. Alice. Oh, Rita. It's a new record for Rita. Alice. I see. So it exceeded. Rita. That's amazing. One day 3 million Piro. What happened though? Alice. Rita. My heart skipped a beat, but it was a different kind of beat. Alice looked at where Margaret was at, and she'd gotten surprised. Looks like she didn't know. Phew. If she knew the reason, then I would have died from embarrassment. In the morning my efficiency was less than half, but at noon I wanted to show my good side to Margaret, so I was able to make a new record. I do not understand, but congratulations Margaret. Congrats. Rita is indeed amazing, right Alice? When the person herself said it to me it was a bit embarrassing. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 111. Nonium's 5th floor. After defeating the last red skeleton, I picked up the seed. The seed that was on the palm of my hand melted like a snowflake and disappeared. With this ... it's finally yes, Rita. I've already felt it previously that I was close to maxing the status out, so this morning while counting the amount of monsters I defeated, my status has finally reached to S. After killing the newly emerged red skeleton, I went back to where I came. After walking to the entrance, I stood in front of the KIA board. There were no KIA board inside Nonium, probably because it drops nothing, hence everyone thinks it's a shitty dungeon. At least at the bare minimum, they placed a KIA board right in front of the dungeon which I was standing and operating it right this instance. The red skeletons at the 5th floor drops MP seeds which finally upped my MP to S. This was now my 5th S. Initially all of them were F, but I finally have 5 of them becoming S. It seemed like a long journey, but not really either. I had other abilities up and gathering normal items and cheat items to help, which both had its easiness and difficulties. It was done, but I can't seem to see the benefits of having MP. Rita. Wait, that was a misunderstanding. What I was trying to say was I felt that having my MP maxing out did not give me any benefit. I could feel the benefits of HP and endurance even at an early stage. The overall damage being taken had drastically decreased and I could feel confident from being attacked by an ordinary monster as I would not die immediately. I've also realized the benefits of strength and speed as I could fight without using a gun. On the other hand, I don't see a thing for MP. The magic that I remembered having were 2, Wind Cutter and Reservation. Wind Cutter is a level 1 wind magic, the very basic of the elementary magic. On the other hand, Reservation is a magic that applies my drop S stats to any monster and anyone who defeats that monster would get an S drop. For the former it was weak in general, and the latter is used only when facing strong enemies. For different reasons, my magic had not much use. Well, if I use Reservation, the effect is good. In any case, I have used almost no magic and thus maxing MP to S had no benefits whatsoever. Should I buy ... another magic fruit, Rita. In the city of Shikaro, inside a magical tool store, I stared at the 3 magic fruits. I don't know whether I have to remind you about such things, Isaac. The store owner said so while bitterly smiling. No matter how many times you look at it, it's useless. I understand your feelings of eating a magic fruit and learning a magic, but you won't know what magic you get, Isaac. It might be, Rita. I was still gazing at the fruits to see whether there were any difference to it. Buying one isn't cheap either. If you manage to buy one and eat, you can learn one magic for just only 3 million peros. And it's not as if I'm not gonna buy it, it's just that I wasn't in a hurry in buying it. What's more, even if I know I was buying it, I'm contemplating on which one I should buy, as one costs a whopping 3 million pero. Well, I guess it's fine to concentrate as long as you want until you decide to buy it, Isaac. Isaac turned his palm upward and shrugged his shoulders. Perhaps there were other customers like me, thus he had gotten used to it. Moo. Rita. I gazed at the magic fruit so much that a hole has opened from it. I looked from the front then behind. I looked at the side and looked from top to bottom. I gazed at it from all angles. Rita. Suddenly, at that instant when I gazed at the 3 fruits from all angles, I could see something behind the leftmost magical fruit. I unintentionally squint my eyes. What's the matter? Isaac. That, Rita. That? Isaac. Isaac stared at the magic fruit that I was looking. What's wrong with this magic fruit? Isaac. Rita. I wanted to say, can't you see it? But I decided to swallow my words. Perhaps he really can't see it, and only I could see it. A woman was standing behind the leftmost magical fruit. Her body was translucent, and it had a shape of a human which was only slightly larger than the magic fruit. It was like a ghost. A woman in sleeves. Give me this, Rita. Please come again, Isaac. Restraining from wanting to say it out loud, I brought the magic fruit with a woman wearing a kimono dress happily smiling. The suburbs of Shikaro, a place where rarely anyone comes. I came to the place where I always used to hatch rogue monsters and placed the magic fruit on the ground. After leaving the store, the figure of the woman in kimono disappeared. Just a while ago, I was having various thoughts on the kimono lady, but now it was different. Aurum of Aurum, a spirit of the dungeon, might have some association with it. Nonium, a woman in kimono. Wouldn't that just be too easy? Rita. With that in mind, I left the magic fruit and waited for it to hatch. Even if you eat the magic fruit normally, you would only gain 1 magic, but if you hatched it into a rogue monster and drop it again with my S-drop, it would give you the effects of the magic fruit twice. While waiting for it, it made me feel like a chef cooking in a fine dining. After a while the magic fruit hatched into a rogue monster. It was a liquid metal monster similar to before, and right after it hatched it changed into the same figure as me. The monster with an ability that retains 80% of the ability of whoever they transform to. She's there again, Rita. A woman in kimono appeared on his shoulder for only an instant. It was similar to Alice's monsters standing on her shoulder. After smiling a little, she disappeared, and the monster started attacking. Just like before, I fired a restrained bullet with the max amount of bullet enhancer, and defeated it by repeatedly firing the infinite lightning bullets in succession. It was good to have the infinite lightning bullet, or else it would take a ton of bullets to defeat this guy. It's not just this monster, but it was the same with rare monsters or dungeon masters. It's not that I can't defeat it, but it's troublesome and there are monsters that would not turn around for anything. In order to fight such monsters, I thought that I wanted to be a bit stronger. While thinking about it, the rogue monster collapsed and dropped magic fruit. The magic fruit, which originally had 1 hexagonal star, now became 2 hexagonal stars. I ate it, and at that moment, 2 magic emerged from within my head. The first one was Magic Force. It is a spell that consumes MP each time you attack, but in return your physical damage increases. The other one was Satudano Uwa Kamarita. My name was suddenly called out and I was surprised till I jolted up. The one in front of me was Rat, one of the ninja knights who was always around Margaret. What is it? Rita. Please lend me your power, Rat. My power. Wait, are you injured? Rita. I was surprised to hear his request, but looking at him closely I could see he was quite shabby. His armor had been torn from various places and the torn place was bleeding out his blood. What exactly happened? Rita. Margaret-sama is in danger. Rat. What? Nani? Rita. Nonium dungeon. The first floor. Satu. As soon as I entered, the old man who was selling the air called out for my name. Where's Margaret? Rita. Over there. As soon as he said that, I looked at the direction he was pointing, and saw Margaret and the three knights protecting her, and the figure of the monster as well. A 160 centimeters tall monster with long hair. The translucent body made it look like a ghost. It was a dungeon master of Nonium. So you've encountered it, Rita. I can't believe it appeared. Satu. Please do something about it, Rat. I'm onto it, Rita. I moved forward one step. Beside me was Rat, and he called for me. I'll do anything, just say the word, Rat. I caught a glimpse of him, even though the armor was hiding it, but I could tell that the wound wasn't light. The wound was dripping out blood non-stop. Still he had no fear in his eyes. His face only showed if it's for Margaret, admiring. No, it's more of a respect to him. It's fine, I can handle it by myself, Rita. Can you do it? Rat. Yeah, Rita. I nodded, and after feeling something, Rat left it to me without saying anything. After running towards it, I saw her appearance. It wasn't Margaret, nor was it the dungeon master, but it was that woman in sleeves. She then smiled at me sweetly, and with that I confirmed. I have another 4 more floors to go, so please wait for me, Rita. After saying that, she smiled with satisfaction and disappeared. I then chant a spell. Repetition, Rita. The moment I casted it, my body suffered a tremendous burden. My magic, MP, felt like it had been sucked up dry. It should be like that, as my opponent was the dungeon master. Repetition. A magic that instantly kills a monster that you've defeated before in exchange for MP. The Nonium dungeon master was burned to crisp, as I defeated it in one hit in exchange for my S-rank MP. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 112. Tararu Dungeon, first floor. I held on to the slime that just appeared, without using my guns, but with my hands. Repetition, Rita. It was the new magic that I've just learned, and the ability is to forcibly kill one monster of my choice. The slime disappeared, and it dropped bean sprouts. I picked it up and threw it into the magic cart. This was the first time it was that easy, though I could still use my gun to defeat it, but using a gun would take my concentration to aim at the target before shooting. Compare it with the magic repetition. I don't even need to aim. All I have to do is imagine where the monster is and it would be defeated. What's more, it consumes only a little MP, Rita. I've only ever used this magic at the dungeon master once to save Margaret. At that time, with just one use it felt like my entire body was sucked dry as I ran out of MP. Though today was alright, it didn't happen like before when I used it on the slime. Another slime appeared, and doing what I did before, I used repetition. The slime was instantly killed and dropped the bean sprouts. As I suspect, I didn't even feel my MP depleting at all. Repetition, a magic that instantly kills any monster that the owner defeated before, and the MP consumption depends on the strength of the monster. An easy enemy like a slime would barely consume much at all. In a way. No way it can be said this magic is the strongest in this world, Rita. Having a magic that instantly kills monster that have been killed before would only be a convenient tool in games, but for this world it would likely be the strongest magic. In a world where everything is dropped from monster, the ability to defeat monsters and circling around can be said the most useful. It might not even be an exaggeration to say that just by using magic, I could instantly kill a monster. The only problem is how many times can I use it? Rita. The consumption when defeating a slime is not 0, and although it's slow, but I certainly felt my MP being consumed even if it was just a little. How many times can I use it before I ran out of MP? Let's test it out. I used repetition on the weakest slime. Defeating it with magic, it dropped the bean sprouts and then putting it in the magic cart. Once the cart was full, I pressed the switch and sent the drops to my home, and repeating that process. I kept repeating without minding my MP. Phew, Rita. Finally my MP has ran out, repeatedly using the magic to kill. It was half the usual time. After going around the dungeon, my MP ran out at about 3 p.m. Even though my MP was S, it was already powerful enough that I could use this magic non-stop for nearly 3 hours. Well then, what was the outcome? I went back home. It was the first time I came back from Tururu during midday. I'm back, Rita. Welcome back, Rita-san. Elsa. A house with 3-story building. I went inside the first floor. There, Elsa was sitting down inside what seemed to completely look like a store. She was dispatched by the Swallows repayment store to help me. She stood up and greeted me. What seems to be the problem? You're early today, Elsa. I wanted to know how much I've earned for today, Rita. Ah, I knew it, Elsa. What do you mean you knew it? Rita. I answered Elsa while tilting my head. Rita-san, were you trying some new method today? Elsa. How did you know? Rita. Of course I know about it. Today, it was different from the usual way when you sent the items over. Elsa. Oh, because of that, Rita. It might seem unexpected to be able to spot such difference. Well then, yes, the passbook, Rita. Please wait for a moment, Elsa. Elsa took the passbook and recorded today's earnings. While I was waiting, I was filled with excitement. Elsa, who finished recording it, handed the passbook back to me with a smile on her face. Here you go, Elsa. Let's see. Wow, 3 million Piro? Rita. The number written on the passbook was 3 million when I rounded down the fraction. The amount was certainly, wasn't it almost the same as the other day's record? Rita. It was when I wanted to show my good side to Margaret. When I wanted to challenge my limits. It was also the same amount when I broke through my limits, and this time I'd only used half the time. What's more, so quickly. Rita-san, you're amazing, Elsa. Well, it's thanks to a new magic I've learned. Rita. You've learned a new one? A new magic, that is, Elsa. Well, it's from the magic fruit, Rita. Oh, I see. Still, it's amazing, Elsa. Elsa looked at me with respect as I looked down at the passbook. The money that was spent yesterday has came back to me. The ability of this new magic, plus having extra time after earning the usual earnings. I want to head back to the dungeon again, Rita. Are you going again? Elsa. Yeah, Rita. I nodded, and opened my passbook and showed it to Elsa. I'm still shy of 2 million to hit the 10 million mark, Rita. Woo. You can still make it if you continue with today's pace, Elsa. Elsa was relieved, and sweetly smiled at me. Well then, I'll head out now, Rita. Do your best. I'll also do my best, Elsa. Encouraged by Elsa, who tried doing a small God's pose, I turned around and head for Tururu dungeon again. Though my MP has ran out, it wasn't a problem. I shot myself with a recovery bullet and it restored my MP entirely. I then entered the dungeon again with my MP at full bar. This day, I would never be able to see it from my former world. My account balance showed a 10 million digit, although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 113. At night in the cities of Shikaro, the bar, Villada Edge. It was a famous store with various types of beers from around the globe's dungeons, changing their beers every day. Once work during the daytime was over, Emily and I both came over here for a drink. It's been a while since Yoda-san and I are both alone now, no desu, Emily. Now that you mention, it has been a long while. Well, our members did increase, so it was rather difficult for us to be alone most of the time, Rita. I chugged the beer in one gulp, and ordered another one from the waitress. Since there were 10 types displayed tonight, I could drink all 10 of them in order and savor each taste. Eve is all about carrots as usual, and Alice isn't the type to drink, so there wasn't a reason to invite her. Then how about Celeste? Rita. Celeste-san is currently resting at home no desu. She mentioned that her head was throbbing in pain desu, Emily. Her head? Is she alright? Rita. She doesn't seem to be having a fever, so I think she's fine, but I told her to contact us if anything were to happen desu, Emily. I see, Rita, the 130 centimeters girl who was sitting across was slowly sipping away the same beer that I'd just drank. Looking at her, she really displayed her adult side, taking care of things at home and all. She is clearly the perfect person to be a mother in charge of a house. It was hard seeing somebody being sick if they were being taken cared by her. Fuo, Emily, what's wrong? Rita, Yoda-san, have you realized Desu? Emily, realized what? Rita, since just a while ago, everyone was looking at Yoda-san no desu? Emily, looking at me? Rita, placing the mug down, I turned my head and scanned the entire bar. Now that she said, I noticed that there were people staring at me, both men and women. For some reason when I laid eyes with the women, they immediately looked away, though just as Emily said, almost half of the customers were looking at me. Yoda-san has already become a full-fledged celebrity nano desu? Emily, a celebrity huh? Rita, being with Yoda-san makes me really proud nano desu? Emily, maybe Emily is unaware, but some of them might be looking at you too. Hasn't your Emily hammer increased in sales over the past week? When I went into Arsenic, occasionally I would see nearly 90% of adventurers using the Emily hammer. Rita, that's because the hammer is good to use nano desu tilde. Emily. Emily's cheeks were blushing as she cast her eyes downwards. Even though I wasn't used to being this popular, Emily was way embarrassed and wasn't immune to being called a celebrity herself. Seeing an embarrassed and adorable Emily made me want to tease her just a little. Don't be so modest, because you're still your family's number 2, Rita. With that sort of phrase, plus purposefully saying it out loud for everyone in the bar to listen. In that instance, the bar was bustling with noise, and gazes were all focused on Emily. That kid is the number 2? She doesn't seem like it though. You idiot. It's not that kid, it's that person. Emily Brown, also known as the Little Giant, or Our Lady of Strong Arms. She's that amazing. Can't judge a person by their looks. Placing her as number 2 in Rita Satu's eyes is no sense. Though some were talking about me, but the majority of the gossips were about Emily. Emily has gotten even more embarrassed, and not just her face, but her arms and feet were bright red. That was incredibly adorable in my opinion. I thought of wanting to know more about the greatness of Emily. After Emily was praised to death in the bar, the two of us finished up and was now on the way back. The nightlife of Shikaro, because the dungeon has a 24-hour of monsters appearing, the adventurers were bustling around in the streets, turning it into a nighttime castle. Even the road that we're taking, adventurers were walking around, making the nightlife similar to that of Japan where everything was brightly lit and busy. Being a world that drops everything from dungeons, it could be said that if there is a dungeon, the place around the dungeon would always be lively. NN? Rita, what's wrong Desu? Emily, I who stopped halfway, was stared by Emily while I was making a strange look. My eyes were glued towards a particular street vendor. To be exact, it was a store with items, decorated mirrors. What's wrong with that mirror Desu? Emily can't see it. I knew it. Rita, what can't I see Desu? Emily, Rita, I nodded, went towards the street vendor and squatted down. I stared at the mirror for a while. It wasn't mistaken. A person was sitting straightly Seiza in front of the mirror. It was a small girl who was wearing a kimono outfit. It was the same girl that I met during the fight with Nonium Dungeon Master, the woman in sleeves. This material was undoubtedly related to Nonium. No, there was also the example back in Orem. I wondered and came up with a conclusion that she might be a person who was Nonium herself. What's more, she had a worried look on her face. While sitting straightly Seiza in front of the mirror, she had a really worrisome look on her face. Dear customer, are you interested in buying that? Yeah, Rita. I had no idea why, but I got a feeling that I needed this mirror no matter what. TLN, because Plot-sama says so. How much is it? Rita, it's 15 million piro. Huh? Nani the Fyak? Rita, I doubted my ears for a moment. 15 million piro? Rita, that's right. This was taken from an aristocratic mansion. It is a venerable item. Venerable, accorded a great deal of respect, especially because of age. wisdom, or character. So basically an antique item, huh, Rita? That's what it is. But to be worth 15 million peros, well, it's also true that an antique coming from an aristocratic mansion would be worth this much. An antique worth 15 million yen would give an image that seemed like something to be given away from a rich people as a welcome gift. Okay, I'll buy it, Rita. Please come again, but please give me a day's worth of time. I'll come by here again at this hour to pay you the amount, Rita. I currently have more than 10 million peso in my savings account, and with the help of my new magic skill repetition, I could get 5 million peso in just half a day. Though I don't have the money right now, but I would be able to have the time to earn it by then. That's fine by me, though I'll be leaving the city tomorrow, so I'll only wait until tomorrow night. I got it? No problem, Rita. Then we'll meet again tomorrow. Yeah, Rita. After saying that, I once again looked at the woman with sleeves. The woman had a relieved look on her face, and she waved me goodbye. With that kind of response, all the more for me to obtain this item, was what I thought. Early morning, I went out the first thing after waking up. The weather this morning was great as always, and Emily, who kept the house, was cozy and warm as ever. With my condition right now, I could use repetition twice as much to earn that 5 million. I wanted to quickly head down to have Emily's homemade breakfast, and start working in the dungeon, was what I thought as I left my room and head down to the second floor living room. Rita. I could see Celeste being really exhausted and out of energy, laying down on the table. Morning. What's wrong, Celeste? Rita. Good morning, Rita-san. Celeste, are you sure you're alright? Your facial expression tells me you're not, Rita. I'm alright, the same as usual, Celeste. Is that so? Well, if you're not feeling well, don't push yourself, alright? We're friends, so if anything happens we'll follow through together, Rita. Thank you. As expected, Rita-san is kind. But I'm fine, it's just the magic storm, Celeste. Ah, is that the reason why you're not feeling well and you're having a headache? Rita. So it's all good, Celeste. If you say so, Rita. After hearing that, I was sort of relieved. The magic storm would make a magician like Celeste unable to use magic, and would worsen your physical condition. It might be something like a low pressure in the present day. If that's the case, then there's no helping it. I'll take the words of Celeste to just rest and it'll be fine. Rita. What's wrong, Rita-san? Suddenly shouting, Celeste. The magic storm, Rita. Today's the magic storm, the first floor, where the Swallow's repayment has opened a branch here. I was facing Elsa. It seems like the magic storm would continue throughout the day. Elsa, because she was directly connected with the amount of purchase per person, the employee of the trading shop, would keep track of the scale and length of the weather, the magic storm. After asking her, a desperate answer came back. How could this happen, Rita? What seems to be troubling you, Rita-san? Elsa. To be honest, I need to make at least 5 million peso by tonight, Rita. The Rita-san would be able to easily do that though, Elsa. That is if there isn't any magic storm right now, Rita. Elsa. Elsa was stunned, and finally got it. Yes, I could earn 5 million peso in half a day. That is if I use repetition to instantly kill the monsters on the first floor. But how do I use repetition? Good question. Of course by using magic. Usually I would be able to earn around 2 million if I were to use my guns and my CQC techniques, and if I'm on a fever to showcase my good quality to someone, then it would be 3 million. But during the magic storm, I can't reach 5 million. That is indeed bad. Elsa. I guess I should do what I can for now. I'll pass heading to Nonium right now, and head straight to Turaru, Rita. I understand. I'll support you to the best of my abilities too, Elsa. I'll count on you, Rita. After heading inside Turaru, I hunted my first monster using my hands. Since there's the magic storm and all, the amount of adventurers roaming around the dungeon has been reduced by quite a sum. So hunting was easy and there were more monsters for me to hunt. For now I'll do the best I can, concentrating when using the infinite lightning bullet, and even using the homing bullets when necessary. I've also used my pouch to suck up all the drops, and when the magic cart was full I immediately pushed the button to send the items to my home. Furthermore, remembering the spots where the monsters would appear, I timed their appearance. Moreover, thinking of mapping the best route to efficiently hunt the monsters from the first floor to the second floor, and onwards to the third floor, I went down all the way to the 7th floor before going up and repeat the cycle. For now I kept on hunting. After that, it was afternoon. This whole morning was 2,003,000 Piro. Elsa. On the way I went back to ask how much I earned from Elsa, but she answered with an apologetic tone, 2 million ... which means it wasn't enough. Even though I've used my entire strength to plow through the dungeon this entire morning, it was only 2 million. So this was my limit. Without using magic, half a day was 2 million. With my current equipment, knowledge, and abilities, using all of them to the best of my abilities, I could only earn 2 million in half day's time. Normally it wouldn't be a problem, rather I would have said, wow, I've earned 4 million a day. Though it was still not enough, I would need to earn 5 million before the sun sets. It's not enough. What's more, Fuo, Rita, yo, you don't seem so good, Rita-san. Elsa, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired, that's all. I'm just exhausted from using my full speed to hunt. Rita, that's a relief. But as for Noon, Elsa, Rita, I can't answer her. If I'm exhausted after hunting all morning, I'm sure the earnings would lessen for Noon's hunting. What should I do? If you're alright, Elsa. Just as Elsa was trying to suggest something, behind her, there were 2 girls coming out from the entrance of the dungeon. It was the 2 girls from your family, Emily and Alice. Emily, and also Alice. What's wrong? Rita, we've come to help Yoda-san Desu. Emily, since we're here, there's nothing to worry about. Alice, the 2 of you. Rita, what's happening? As I was anxiously thinking, Emily, who had her rucksack carrying behind her, placed that giant rucksack down the ground. She picked up various things from inside there in a handy fashion and started setting up in the dungeon, a table and a sofa, and various ingredients. After looking at it, it has completely became a resting place in the corner of the dungeon. What's more, it was set up exactly the same as Emily's unique and warmth house. Sorry for the wait, Desu. You can rest here for a while, no Desu? Emily, rest. Rita, please rest for a bit. At least you'll be able to store some energy and run through the dungeon with all your might till the end, no Desu? Emily. Emily, Rita, Jai Ian, it appeared. During this time, leave it to me, Alice. Alice would? Rita, if I'm here, I can tell you where the monster is to battle with them. Alice, oh right, since you have that skill because you were born in the dungeon. Rita, yes, wouldn't it be perfect for you? Alice, yeah, it will. Rita, though I've memorized the places where the monsters would likely spawn, but in the end it's all from my experience. Though, Alice's special skill would allow her to know where the monsters are like a radar. If she were to support me, my efficiency would most likely increase. Emily, Alice, Rita, it's good to be grateful, but for now, please rest, Alice, and hunt the monsters, no Desu? Emily, yes, Rita, that's right, this is not the time to be grateful yet. First I'll rest up, and after regaining my full strength I'll continue hunting. I sat on the sofa, and rest my body while being taken care of by Emily and Alice. Thank you, was what I said. Rita, with this, I've gained the support of both Emily and Alice. During the entirety of noon, I was able to barely earn 3 million Piro. Without any problems, I was able to made it in time to buy the 15 million Piro mirror from the vendor. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 114. Holding on to the mirror that I bought, I went towards Nonium together with Emily and Alice. I'm truly thankful to the both of you. Rita, you're welcome. Nano Desitilda. Emily, me too, and this was the first time I was of help to Rita. Alice. Emily smiled gently. Alice was hopping around delightfully whilst the 3 SD-sized monsters were hanging on her shoulder and were happy for her. Yoda-san looked extremely satisfied. You really wanted it, it seems, Desu, Emily. Yeah. After holding it, I knew that it was worth getting it, Rita. While we were walking, I held the mirror high up to the sky. Emotions that couldn't be explained suddenly accumulated from the bottom of my chest. I was glad that I got my hands on this, even if I was unhappy, but I was glad. Maybe it was fate, and I felt like if I were to pass this by, destiny would change a lot. It reminded me of the other time when I confirmed that it was something, but there weren't any reason to prove my explanation. Hey, what would you do with that? Alice. I myself am also unsure. The only thing I do know is it's related to nonium. Rita. Why are you so sure of that? Alice. I think Alice would understand it though. You remember that I doubled the drop rate of Aurum Dungeon, right? Rita. Yeah, you did. Alice. That was because I met Aurum, who was the spirit living in the dungeon. This is also similar. When I saw the mirror for the first time, I could see the appearance of nonium. Rita. Alice opened her eyes widely. Is that true? Alice. Yeah, Rita. I see. So this mirror was something you absolutely had to get right. Alice. Hence why. And I'm really grateful for your help, Rita. While holding on to the mirror, I once again thanked them. I've already heard it once, so you don't have to thank me so many times. Aren't we friends? Alice. Despite saying all that, Alice placed her hands on her cheeks, and she seemed happy enough that her cheeks were slightly blushed. Yes, Nano Desu, we're happy to be able to become Yoda-san's strength no Desu, Emily. Even though she said that, but it seemed like a heart shape appeared at the end of her sentence. Anyways, it was thanks to them. Thus in the end we brought the mirror and reached nonium. From the start, this dungeon would not have much adventurers approaching it, but it looked even more sad at night. It feels like something's there. I'm scared. Alice. Alice rubbed her arms with her hands, and was trembling in fear. Feels like something's gonna jump out at any second. Alice. Jump out? Rita. Well, like ghosts and stuff. Alice. Ghosts? Well, it certainly has that kind of atmosphere, Rita. If that's, we will be fine. Nano Desu. Emily. Eh? Alice. What do you mean? Alice wondered as she glanced at Emily, though Emily slowly approached her. With that 130 centimeters height, she stretched her body up, and held the SD skeleton from Alice's shoulder, and showed it to her. Tried to draw, because Alice-chan is with Kakaku-chan. Nano Desu. Emily. Oh. Alice. Certainly there exists undead-type monsters, Rita. I see. So if it appears it would only be things like Kakaku. Alice. Alice said that, and the Bony-chan was rattling her bones just as her name applies. I felt that it was slightly different, but it seemed to convince Alice, so I decided to omit my words. Since we've gotten accustomed to the scary atmosphere, we decided to go into nonium together. The inside of the dungeon is as usual, Rita. There is neither day nor night. Alice. I has a sense of security like a home. Nano Desu. Emily. I felt that Emily's home was more secure than this place, but I decided not to say it. Well then, this mirror, Rita. The next moment when I thought of what I should do, the mirror shone. The light was enough to illuminate the inside of the dungeon, and it was floating away from the palm of my hands. Rita? Alice. Well, I wonder if a demon would come out or not. Rita. I reached for my double guns. If it was similar to Aurum, then we might need to face something. Both Emily and Alice prepared themselves. Emily readied her huge hammer, and Alice made the three monsters into battle stance. Though the three of us were prepared, no enemy showed up. Just beside the mirror floating in the air, two items emerged. It's a sword. Nano Desu. Emily. And that. What a strange shape. Alice. It's a jewel. Rita. A jewel? Alice. Alice tilted her head as I nodded. In my head, the words, 3 sacred treasures, emerged. That word appeared probably because this is nonium, after all. The sword, Kusanagi no Tsurugi. The mirror, Yata no Kagami. The jewel, Yasukani no Magatama. You'll definitely see them in games at least once. Even I know of the name as they were super major items. A woman in sleeves appeared behind the mirror. Nonium. It was getting more convincing that it was her. Nonium said nothing. She just smiled like an adult. Afterwards, The sword, the jewel, and the mirror that I bought disappeared. It disappeared? Alice, did she take the mirror away? No desu? Emily, no, this is fine. The item was returned to the place where it was supposed to be. It seems like I'll have to collect the other 2 more items before something happens. Rita, I see, Alice, but it was unfortunate. No desu? It is a pity that nothing happens unless you collect all 3. No desu? Emily, that's not true, Rita. Alice and Emily. The moment I said that, Emily and Alice was surprised. Alice, do you know the locations of the skeletons on this floor? Rita, yeah, I do know. But why? Alice, please show me. I want to hunt them. Rita, I got it. Follow me, Alice. After Alice said so, she returned the monsters back to their SD-sized and they were on her shoulders and started walking. Yoda-san, what happened exactly? Desu? Emily, you'll find out afterwards. Rita, I smiled at Emily, and loaded the infinite lightning bullet into my guns before following Alice. Outside of Noonium, outside at night, we were standing in front of the KIA board. Well then, let's go. Rita, okay. Alice, yes. Desu? Emily, after the 2 of them nodded, I operated the KIA board as usual. The displayed status evolved another step than what I previously saw. The HP is now SS. What is this? What does this mean? Alice, HP becoming SS. Desu. Did it increase from the skeletons just now? No desu? Emily, yeah. Rita, oh, so this was the mirror's effect? Alice, strictly, it's different. Rita, why is that so? Alice, there are 9 statuses, right? So, in Nonium, there are 3 items in total to collect, right? What that means, Rita, so 3 of the statuses could become SS now. No desu? Emily, who had the longest relationship with me, understood the meaning way quicker than Alice. I nodded. Yes, it's 3. So simple maths would show 3 by 3 equals 9. It was the result of handing over the mirror. HP, strength, and speed. The first 3 floors of Nonium could now increase my statuses to SS. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 115. Morning, Nonium Dungeon's 2nd floor. Killing zombies that I encountered using repetition from one end to the other. With the latest repeatable magic repetition instantaneously killing the zombies, and absorbing the dropped seeds into the pouch. I managed to raise my strength in about half the previous time. Just in case, I went out to check at the KIA board, and thus, my strength has finally reached SS. Arsenic Dungeon, the 1st floor. The moment I stepped foot inside the dungeon, I could immediately see the appearance of Emily. When Emily saw me walking in, she was surprised and carried her hammer while running over here. Is something wrong, Desu? It's rare for Yoda-san to be at any other dungeon besides Nonium before noon. No desu? Emily, I've raised my strength. Rita, glancing around me, I omit saying the word SS. Besides my teammates, nobody else knew about me having a status of S. Statuses around this world were capped at A, even for the drop rate as well. Both of them were all capped at A. At first I asked Emily about it, but sooner or later I've confirmed it with other adventurers and concluded that it was common sense that the highest rank was A. Having S, well, it's now capped at SS. It's better to keep this a secret and blur the word from letting other adventurers from Arsenic Dungeon to know. The adventurers around us that were mostly using Emily's hammer, were glancing over at me when Emily ran over to my direction. Well, they're probably adventurers that are Emily's fan club. It was a situation where I couldn't speak freely. You've raised it already? No desu? That's fast. Usually Yoda-san would go round and round until morning ends. Desu. Emily, it's thanks to my trusty repetition and pouch, so progress was much faster than usual. Also, the reason why I'm here is to test out my current strength, Rita, so that's why no desu? Emily nodded strongly, and understood the situation. Arsenic Dungeon, in a way it was a special dungeon. All monsters from within this dungeon were rock type, although its body is harder than the rock and there were only a few ways to defeat it. But the rock wouldn't attack back no matter what. Thus, This place is a heaven's match for Emily and her hammer. Well, it's not exclusive to just Emily, even the other adventurers, men and women of all ages who wants to show off some of their muscles could head on here and break some rocks. It's the best place to test your strength. Can I follow and see Yoda-san test his strength, Desu? Emily: oh, of course you can, Rita. Thank you Nano Desu. Emily was like a happy child receiving a plushie from someone, though she has a height of a small kid. But don't let that fool you, as she carries a huge hammer and hops around with that hammer, Hulk smashing everything on her path, making even adults fear her power. Together with it was a huge rock that resembled a chair, and right on the middle of the seat was its face. Dante Rock, that was the name of the first floor's monsters. Even while we're right in front of it, it didn't budge. So, I stood there while stroking my chin. So, how should I go about this, Rita? What do you mean by that, Desu? Emily: cutting it in half. Well, I've already done that before, Rita. Confirming that there were other Dante rocks chilling around the area, I casually let out a punch. The motion was like a kid gripping their hands tightly and swinging them around, but I was serious in cutting it. Cracked. The Dante rock was split to half, followed by dropping Dandelion. As you can see, I've already done this before, so I need to find another method to gauge my current strength, Rita. I see Nano Desu. Then how about trying to smash it into little pieces, no Desu? Emily: smashing it? Rita: yes Desu. Emily: Fumu. Let's try it out, shall we, Rita? While stroking my chin again while thinking, Emily followed me to the next Dante rock. As usual, it didn't even attack whatsoever, but it was staring at me with its sharp and scary eyes. I took a deep breath, and did a rushing punch at the Dante rock. As though like in a manga, I showered the Dante rock with my guardian spirit's multiple fist combo attack. It was an attack I wasn't familiar with, so a lot of strength was lost, but I continued that for 20 seconds. That's amazing, Desu. The rock is smashed to pieces, Nano Desu. Now it looks like sand, no Desu. Emily was hopping around like a rabbit in excitement. Before the Dante rock had a chance to drop, it was smashed to pieces by my. No, this still doesn't pinpoint my strength. I also felt that I've done this before too, Rita. Oh yeah, I think you've done it before too, Nano Desu. Emily: are there any other methods, Rita? Nano Desu. Emily placed her arms on her waist while tilting her neck. It's good that I've reached this level, but there's one thing I was still unsure of. Logically speaking, S rank wasn't a thing from this world, as no adventurer had it, and this time it was another rank higher than S, which is SS. Trying to verify its strength was indeed hard. I suppose it can't be helped. Emily and I head over to the next Dante rock, while I was poking at my cheeks while thinking of other ways. Poking, squishing it. It was good that the monster doesn't attack. It gives me time to slowly think about it. How about like a tomato, where you, in the end it's still imitating tomato? Rita: yes Desu. Emily: That's right, that might be a good idea, Rita. The tomatoes are Nano Desu? Emily: no, not the tomatoes, silly. Come have a look, Rita. I once again met the Dante rock eye to eye. Using both my hands, I grabbed the sides of the Dante rock, and then I squeezed it with all my strength, holding both sides tightly. I put my strength in such a way as to push the two of my thumbs from the top of the rock. By doing so, a tiny sound was heard, and the rock was split to half. What was that? That looked like splitting mandarins, Nano Desu tilde. Emily: yep, Rita. Just as what the excited Emily said, it felt like I was peeling off mandarins. Placing your thumb on the top, and using your strength to peel off the mandarin into two semispheres. I did just that to a rock. That's the Yoda-san I know. I've never thought of that before, no Desu. Emily: well, I've got the idea from the tomato thing Emily was saying. Yep, I guess I couldn't do that before, Rita. I picked up the dropped dandelion and placed it inside Emily's magic cart, and stood in front of another Dante rock. Same as before, using the peeling of mandarins as reference, I split the Dante rock in half. It was split in half again, Desu tilde. Emily: that's right, With this I could sort of gauge how strong I am now. Thanks again Emily tilde, Rita. But I didn't do anything desu. It was Yoda-san the one that thought of this amazing idea no desu. Emily was smiling sweetly. Suddenly, as if an idea popped up, she clapped her hands. What's the matter? Rita, how about trying it on that monster no desu? Emily, that? Rita, yes desu, the steel slime no desu. Emily, oh, Rita, Tararu Dungeon, the 8th floor. Emily and I both arrived here, and there were slimes with metallic bodies rolling around. This was worth testing. Reason why? Because I had to use the freezing and flaming bullet in an order to defeat it by using science, which was metal fatiguing. It could be worth testing my strength here as it was way stronger than the rocks. Well then, let's go tilde. Rita, go fight no desu, Emily. While Emily was cheering from behind me, I leaped to one of the steel slime. The slime that I was targeting jumped towards my body. It was quite a momentum, even for a metal body. If you eat this giant lump of iron balls damage head on, it would probably cause enough damage. I caught hold of it by stopping it with my arms and grabbed it tightly. I grabbed the steel slime that was fighting hard to escape from my hands, but without caring I pressed both my thumbs against its head. Peekin', a soft metallic sound was heard, and the steel slime, like a mandarin, was split into half. As expected desu. Yoda-san's desu, Emily. As Emily cheered, I grabbed another steel slime that flew towards me, and split it as it is. Looking at the metallic body slime being broken up carefully, I finally realized the strength of SS. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 116. Nonium Dungeon, the 3rd floor. Inside a limestone-esque dungeon, I went around hunting for mummies with their bodies wrapped up with bandages. When I faced for the first time, it was a tough battle indeed. Normal bullets had little to no effect on them. Only when I stumbled upon that the flame bullet was its weakness, and only then can I actually defeat it. Repetition, Rita. But now, it was an as victory, as I've already defeated this monster once before. I used my strongest repeating magic to instantly kill it. Repetition is such a useful magic. Just by aiming at a target and chanting the spell, I could defeat a monster immediately. All this while, it had been like an action RPG. But with repetition the RPG became a command-based RPG. It was that easy, walking around and hunting. A mummy crashed out from a wall and surprised me, but I stepped backwards while holding my gun, and blew it away with a turning knee kick combo, then shot a normal bullet at it. Together with a consecutive rushing combo, it was decided. Maybe I've been relying on repetition that my body was numbed and was afraid for a moment, but I guess that wasn't the case. Yep, I can't be conceited. Repetition is just a magic that defeats a monster. That's all there is to it. Monsters that I've not defeated before would just make this magic as useless as the Windcutter magic. What's more, I would probably be facing even more new monsters from now onwards. The rare monsters on certain floors, the dungeon's dungeon master, or the boss that I have to face before meeting the spirit of the dungeon. I would have plenty of chance to face against those monsters. Thus, if I rely too much on repetition, it would be a foolish act and would blunt my fighting ability. I lightly sealed off my repetition, and with my remaining time left on this dungeon, I used my dual-style gun kata to fight them. I've also restricted myself by not using the infinite lightning bullet, and disciplined myself on defeating it without any easy way out. I've also restricted myself by not using the infinite lightning bullet, and disciplined myself on defeating it without any easy way out. When morning ended, I've collected a ton of seeds and managed to raise my speed from S to SS. In the heart of Shikoro City, I was walking with Emily side by side. I positioned my gun in front, and pulled the trigger. Bam! Shoo-ya-yoo. The moment I fired the bullet, immediately after I caught hold of the bullet midair with my hands. Using my thumb and index finger, I caught hold of the bullet as if holding onto a seed. I caught a flying bullet. Amazing. Amazing desu. How did you catch that no desu? Emily. Well, I just moved fast, that's all. That's all. That's all. I just have to move faster than the bullet and catch it when I fired it. Rita. There's a limit to how fast one can move no desu, and to catch something that fast with your hands is something I would never think of desu, Emily. Well, I've seen someone doing that on movies in the past, Rita. Mo, buys? Emily. Ah, no, just talking to myself, Rita. Ah, no, just talking to myself, Rita. There's definitely no movies in this world. Pulling the trigger again. As soon as the bullet flew out, I used my hands to catch it, though the bullets were fast, but my SS speed was faster. Well, since I was the one shooting it, so gauging on the timing and catching it wasn't as hard as it seemed. Yoda-san is starting to get stronger desu. I am happy no desu tilde, Emily. I'm not there yet. My intelligence, mentality, luck, and also dexterity, those four are still F+. I would still have to search for the sword and the jewel, Rita. That would be of no problems no desu, because Yoda-san would settle it in no time no desu, Emily. Ah, I guess so, Rita. I won't know whether I can or can't do it, but if I were to say whether I'm doing it or not, I'll definitely answer, of course I'll do it. That's the reason why I must not rely too much on repetition, and continue to defeat the small fry monsters with my usual method in order to keep my battle intuition sharp. Thus, in order to improve my remaining abilities, I would have to do what I can, as countless battles are awaiting me in the future. Raising my abilities, and also obtaining more new items. Those are important, but constantly cultivating my battle intuition, which is not in a status, is equally or just as important. I'll do my best to desu. Together with Yoda-san tilde, Emily. Emily smiled sweetly at me. I was almost caught looking at her and immediately looked away. Well, we won't know what happens in the future, Rita. Yes desu, Emily. Afterwards, while being secretly healed by Emily's smile, we walked together with our shoulders side by side. Suddenly, my feet stopped. Yoda-san, why did you stop desu? Emily. That, Rita. I raised my arms up and pointed at something that was slightly further away from us. Clint was over there. Clint was sitting in a cafe terrace with a whole bunch of sugar cubes stacking on top of his table. He was chewing on the sugars. Munch munch. How ... Can someone help me with this situation? Clint, who was all alone, sighed loudly. Then, he turned over and looked at Emily and I. It was on purpose, seriously. That was too obvious. Should we use another route to go? Rita. I think that's a fine idea desu, Emily. Emily nodded, and we switched routes. We won't know what's gonna happen, hence we needed to prepare. Well, I do have some relationship with Clint, so if there were anything I would help, though. That would be the case if he came head front. That kind of invitation, Rita. Yes desu, it's 100% something bad no desu, Emily. Emily nodded. Guess the both of us had the same thinking. Thus the both of us hastened our footsteps away from that direction. But, the road in front of us, Clint was there. He was sitting on the ground in front of someone's house, and on his arms were a stack of sugar cubes. He was biting on it. The sugar cubes have increased. At first there was a pyramid stacking of 5, but now it had increased to 10. Eyes ... I wonder if there are any strong adventurers around here. Clint ... Emily, should we just head home for today? Rita ... Agreed desu. It is important that we should rest our bodies once in a while desu, Emily. Emily and I hastened our pace even more. This time we were walking fast towards the direction of our home. This is bad. This is definitely bad news. I don't know whether he was doing this on purpose, but the moment we turned to another route, we could see Clint with his favorite sugar cubes increasing again. It all seemed to be a supplementary materials. We hurried, and our walking fast has turned into lightly jogging. Once we turned to this corner we'll reach home, Rita. Yeah desu, Emily. When we turned around to look, Clint wasn't there. I think we lost him. But desu, Emily. Wait Emily, don't say that. It's a bad, Rita. Saying those words during this time is definitely bad omen. It was as bad as when attacking a strong opponent in one hit and saying, "Did I do it?" Basically it's a flag. What's more, the flag was retrieved at supersonic speed. The moment we turned around the corner, Clint was there. Clint was sitting in front of our home. This time the pyramid cubes had increased to 20 times. I wonder if there's anyone with extremely good drop rate with the name of Satuha Tilda. Clint. What the hell? Even my name was said. Rita. Shit. I've unconsciously tsukami his sentence and responded to him. After thinking of it I was like damn it and covered my mouth, but there weren't anywhere else for us to escape. I can't believe he would chase us until here. Even if we were to escape till tomorrow, and even if we managed to run into our home he might appear out of nowhere like just now. Well, it's not like I can run away from him for long, I thought and decided to talk to Clint. What is it, Rita? Oh, you've come at a great timing, Sato. Clint, you don't have to do your little act anymore, just say what you want, Rita. I stopped him mid-sentence, as I knew it was useless and it was a waste of time. First off is to thank you. And something huge has happened. I would need Satu's help again for this, Clint. Clint looked straight at me, with his usual Dungeon Association chief's look. He thanked me, and right after, this case seemed to be serious. Facing me with his most serious face, he said, Arsenic might run out of lifespan, Clint. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 117, Dungeon Association, in the reception office, and facing in front of me was Clint biting on a sugar cube nervously. Even before when we entered the room, he was biting on it, and when the secretary was giving a report, he was biting on it. Even right now when the both of us were sitting on the sofa, he was biting it. He kept gnawing a shit ton of sugar like a rodent. That amount would probably give me a heart attack. You're eating a lot more than usual, Rita. I'm sorry for showing you an ugly side of mine, Clint. So Arsenic is about to die, so do you know anything about it? Rita. Clint nodded and during the meantime he crushed another sugar cube. Then let me hear it from you. Why do you know that Arsenic would die? Ryota. It seems that talking to Satu was the best option, Clint. Clint stared at me for a while, then swallowed the whole sugar cube in his mouth, sighed and said, why was it? Rita. That is the question. I know for a fact that the dungeon will die, so I never really wondered about it, Clint. Because it is the rule of this world. Rita. He showed me a stupefied look. In a sense it was careless of me. As for that matter, where a dungeon would die wouldn't cross my mind as I know of Aurum and Nonium, so it was a commonplace to accept that a dungeon will die. Tough. If so, you should also know about Bloody Rain. If you don't know about that then you won't know why a dungeon would die, Clint. Bloody rain a rain of blood? Rita. Yes, Bloody Rain is a phenomenon that happens inside a dungeon when a dungeon is about to die. As if the dungeon is bleeding itself. Though visually you can look at it, you can't touch it whatsoever, Clint. So something like the dungeon snow then? Rita. Clint nodded. It is a set that when a dungeon is about to die, bloody rain happens. So it's impossible to know it would do unless one sees the bloody rain, Clint. So that's how it is, Rita. Satu is indeed a strange person. If there were anyone here that could stop Arsenic from dying, I believe the person would be you, Clint. I wanted to ask why must we stop Arsenic from dying, but I didn't need to ask. A world where everything is dropped from dungeons, so a city's tax revenue is heavily involved with a dungeon. Thus, it was indeed natural for Clint, as the head of the Dungeon Association, to try and prolong Arsenic's life. On the other hand, is it normally impossible to do so? Rita. Yeah, not once, Clint. I understand. Rita. I got up and head towards the door. Will you do it? Clint. I can't guarantee success, but I'll at least try my best. Rita. Thank you. Really thank you so much for helping me, Clint. Clint stood up, chased after me and took my hands only to repeat saying the same words over and over again. Arsenic, first floor. When I entered the floor, I was surprised at the sight around me. Bloody rain. It was literally raining blood. Contrary to the dungeon snow falling down, making it a kind of a fantastic scenery, but this rain was coated in red and was pouring down making it a surprising atmosphere. I guess the only salvation was that it does not give the same physical influence as the dungeon snow. Well, first we must meet up with Arsenic, Rita. That being said, I turned around. There were 4 girls behind me: Emily, Celeste, Eve, and Alice. The face of Rita family was gathered here today. What should we do after meeting her? Emily: I'm not too sure exactly, but considering Aurum and Nonium, and factor in the consideration, I guess we would have to defeat the rare monster at the bottommost floor, and a road would naturally appear. Rita: the rare monster at the bottommost floor. So it's the 30th floor's question mark. Celeste: do you know about it, Celeste? Rita: yes, it's quite an annoying opponent to deal with. It's the same as every other arsenic monsters where they don't attack, but it's tough. There hasn't been any adventurer who could defeat it till this day. Celeste: TLN, look who's gonna defeat it and set a world record. As the name suggests, the ultimate rock. Rita: can I defeat such an opponent? Number: we should dive further down for the time being. Rita: what should Rabbit do? Eve: help capture them for me. I guess the worst case scenario would be me capturing it from every floor all by myself, but maybe capturing is fine instead of defeating it. Rita: so similar to Aurum, right? Alice: that's right, Alice. Well then, Rita. I stared at the 4 girls. The petite Emily carrying a hammer, a model body with a long hair, Celeste who looked good even when in the middle of the rain of blood, the bunny ear with a bunny suits, Eve, and Alice with her 3 monster companion riding on her shoulders. I looked at the 4 of them and lowered my head. Please lend me your power, Rita. Leave it to us, no dasu. Emily: if it's for Rita-san, I would do anything. Celeste: carrots, as high as a mountain. Eve: it's a family-based battle. I'm getting excited. Alice: the 4 responded with their respective words, friends that I made after coming to this world. It was reassuring and I was delighted. Arsenic, the 15th floor. For the entire 30 floors in this dungeon, Emily, Celeste, and Eve were in charge of the first 15 floors, whereas Alice and I took the 15th floors and below. The moment we came down, I fired a flaming and freezing bullet at the monsters, which fused into an annihilation bullet. I've heard that the arsenic rocks are more vulnerable to the annihilation bullet than the infinite lightning bullets. Defeating it in a single drop, the dropped flower was carried into the magic cart, and was immediately sent off to Elsa that was at home. Though I do not know what the condition is, but I just defeat, collect the drops and sell them off, making it a set of capturing rare monsters and hunting. Alice: Rita: yes, the stairs are here. Alice: the reason why I brought Alice along was not because of capturing arsenic, but it was because I have no idea where the stairs are. Even if I could instantly defeat the monsters, if I can't find my way down it would be pointless. Thus I asked Alice to tag along with me. Proceeding onward with Alice as our guide, we immediately head down to the 16th floor. In the rain of blood, the rock that does not move even when faced with the annihilation bullet was again instantly killed, and the flower which was dropped was put into the magic cart, and continued forward. Arsenic dungeon was far from being captured. Huge rocks, small rocks, flying rocks, buried rocks, and transparent rocks. Though they were various rocks, but all of them had a common trait of not moving. The moment I laid my eyes on them, I fired the annihilation bullets and defeated them all in one fell swoop. Thus, with Alice guiding me all the way, we have finally reached the 30th floor in the blink of an eye. I defeated the rock that was rolling around. Rita: over there. Alice. Alice, who noticed first, pointed to the other side. In the rain of blood, the rock was standing flat. It was smaller than the rocks around it, no irregularities. However, it was clear that it is different, and the possibility of being different in a dungeon are 2. The fact that there are still around and the possibility is narrowed down to 1 person. Arsenic's 30th floor rare monster absolute rock. Good luck, Rita. You can definitely meet Arsenic if you defeat that. Alice: can I though? Rita: yes, you can, Alice. Alice replied unreservedly. This wasn't a mere encouragement, as she was born in the dungeon. She could sense everything in the dungeon, and I'm sure she'd felt something. That's why she can say so much without hesitation. That gave me strength. One step at a time, I readied my guns. I shot a flaming and freezing bullet that was loading to the max with the bullet enhancer, When the bullets flew out, it was fused in the middle, and became an annihilation bullet, swallowing everything in its path. The annihilation bullet landed, and it became a black sphere swallowing the space around it, but it didn't work? Alice, seems like it, Rita. I furrowed my eyebrows. The annihilation bullet that swallowed everything up till now have conversely been sucked into a shape like a lunar eclipse. After the bullet disappeared, the absolute rock remained there in a figure as if unchanged. Rita, you alright? Alice, let me try some other things, Rita. I got a lot of things for the absolute rock. The maxed bullet enhancer with lightning bullets, penetrating bullets, homing bullets, freezing bullets and flaming bullets. In spite of a thought, I tried firing a restrained bullet fused with recovery bullet to form a sleeping bullet and fired at it. The firepower was too high and I tried just shooting normal bullets at it. Everything was useless. Even if I shot all my bullets, the absolute rock did not even bat an eye. Yoda-san, Emily. The voice came from behind, and as I turned around I saw Emily, Celeste, and Eve, who was left to capture the upper floors. The upper floors are all done. No Tilda, Emily. So that's an absolute rock. Celeste. Move, Rabbit will do something about it. Eve. Eve said that and progressed slowly to the absolute rock. She raised her right hand. It was the slowest she's ever moved. The chop that was so fast that it looked slow. Painful. Eve. The absolute rock that not even budge. On the other hand, Eve's hands were splashed. It made a noise and it became bloody. Eve did not even bat an eyebrow to show pain, but I could see the color of discouragement on her face. I fired the recovery bullet at her and it healed her hand. I'll try it now, Tilda, Emily. Emily pulled her hammer and took a distance from the absolute rock. After some distance, she dashed towards the rock. She jumped high up as flying and raised her huge hammer. Opposite from Eve, it was a powerful blow. The cave shook. It was a tremendous shake that even I could not sustain my footing. But that did not even leave a dent. Emily. Absolute rock did not have a single scratch. Draw this cause it's adorable. Hey Rita-san, I remember you mentioned something about metal fatigue. What was that again? Celeste. You heat it then cool it immediately. Rita. Yeah, how about doing that? Celeste. Celeste points out with her wizard-like perspective. I reloaded my guns. For each side I placed the bullet enhancer to the max and place of flaming and freezing bullets on both sides respectively. It was the same with the annihilation bullet, but this time it had to be in order. The flames wrapped the rock and immediately it was cooled down with the freezing bullet. Doing in that order, Eve jumps towards it and released her super chop. Even with all that, it was useless. The rock did not even care. This child is amazing. It did not even bend. Rita. I had knowledge that it was hard, but not this tough. Celeste. This is bad at this rate. No Desu? If we don't defeat this monster we can't move forward. Desu? Emily. If it's carrot I can bite it. Eve. My friends were in despair. It doesn't move an inch. If it was angry it could escape like every other monsters. But I guess all this while its hardness was the strongest, thus it doesn't care. In a way I can't think of any way of breaking it. Nothing can be done. Suddenly, the rock seemed like it was crying. In the bloody rain which should not physically interfere with anything, it seemed like it was flowing to the body of the rock and the face was shedding bloody tears. It's like the face of arsenic. Its heart. It felt that way to me. Yoda-san? Emily. Emily was surprised that I was going towards the rock. I kept my gun. Such a thing would not work. Standing in front of the rock, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I grasped my fist and punched it with all my might. The punch had no effect. Far from being a crack, not a piece fell at all. Still, I continued punching it over and over again. It's as if hitting a tremendous thing, as if hitting the mountain itself. Still, I kept on punching it over and over again. This was my strongest weapon. A transported person, and handing the mirror to Nonium. I have broken through 2 limits compared to a human being, thus my SS strength was my strongest weapon. I kept pounding at it. Do your best. No Desu? Emily. Rita-san, you can do it. Celeste. L-O-W-L-E-V-E-L Eve. We're cheering for you, Alice. My teammates were cheering with all their got behind me, while I continued punching. I had no idea how long I've been punching, but I persevered. Along the way, the tears of the rock stopped. It was staring at me with its expressionless face, the arsenic monster. That face seemed like it was smiling at me faintly. So I continued beating it. Eventually, cracked. The absolute rock cracked and my fist was stuck inside the rock. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 118. As soon as the absolute rock disappeared, a staircase miraculously appeared. It was the same back in Orem. When I defeated the rare monsters of each floor, the staircase appeared at the last floor, leading to the final floor. So it did come out after all. Rita. What came out, Disu? Emily. Emily can't see it. Rita. Yes, Disu. Emily. How about everyone else? Rita. I asked the girls, Celeste, Eve, and Alice. The three of them tilted their heads to the side in unison. A staircase that was visible in front of me and unquestionably exists there. Still, the four of them couldn't see it. Only I could see the staircase. That means I'm the only one who could go down then. If I remember, the owner of the dungeon back then did say that they've never seen anyone for the past century or so. Rita. Yep, I've heard of that before. Celeste. Celeste the Wisdom answered. I've realized a connection between drops for this world. One was, only me, and the other, anyone. The drops that are outside of the dungeon, which basically means the rogue monster's drops can only be obtained by me. And the other drop that is dropped inside a dungeon where everyone can obtain. Take another example, for the staircases we took to get here and the rest above, everyone can use it. But only I can see this staircase, plus it appeared because of my drop rate. Probably the reason why the others couldn't see it was because I was the one who dealt the final blow against the absolute rock. Once I thought through it, I came up with a conclusion. I turned around and faced the four of my teammates. Thank you so much, everyone. It's time for me to go. Rita. Fight Nano Desitilda, Emily. After Emily said that, the girls nodded in unison. After Emily said that, the girls nodded in unison. After being cheered by the lovely girls, I gave a final check for my gun's ammunition, and with the lovely girls' brimming smiles, they sent me off as I walked down the staircase. Similar to Orem, as soon as I stepped foot on the ground, I could only see a white empty space surrounding the entire area, and the staircase behind me disappeared without a trace. Afterwards, a rock was rolling around in the middle of the space. The rock looked just like the absolute rock that I'd beaten just a while ago. Are you for real? Repetition, Rita. I chanted the magic and fired at it. A magic that defeats an already once defeated monster. Though the magic was in contact with the rock, but nothing happened. Guess it's a different monster after all, Rita. Afterwards, I held on to my guns tightly, and approached it slowly while prepared to fire at any time. I was slowly inching my way towards it from 20 meters away. 15 10 9 8 7 6 5. Finally I was 5 meters away from it when the opponent suddenly moved. More specifically, it transformed. Until a while ago, it did not move at all while staying rock still. But it suddenly grew in mass and deformed. The size became too bulged as it grew from the inside towards the outside. The rock remained as a rock, but it grew to about 2 meters in size. A golem, Rita. That word emerged inside my head. A human-sized monster with a body of a rock. A form that at first glance would definitely be a power-type monster. I don't know what other names to describe it except a golem. That is not only the thing that changed. Unlike the arsenic monsters that have never moved before, this moved and attacked me. It raised its arm and struck at where I was, thus I quickly kicked the ground and threw myself beside it. The punch penetrated the ground and shook the space around us greatly. Sorry, I won't stand still and let you hit me. How about some of this? Rita. I pulled the trigger while avoiding its attacks. First it was the infinite lightning bullets together with the bullet enhancer. The bullet flew to the golem while sparkling. The golem stuck its hands out and opened the palm of its hands and took the lightning bullet. The lightning hit the golem's hands and crackling and roaring sound spread through the empty space. After the electric light cased, the golem was still intact. Knew it was impossible to OTK one turn kill it. Rita. While dodging the punches, I tried firing various bullets, from the annihilation bullet to the restrained bullet. I tried the full set once, but the golem was still intact. Is the hardness the same as the absolute rock? Rita. While fighting it came to mind, it was exactly the same form as the rare monster that I struggled hard to defeat on the floor above me. Guess its properties would be the same. In other words, this was the upgraded version of the absolute rock, where it could move. It's a troublesome, no, it's an annoying fellow to deal with. That itself is not too bad to deal with though. As I avoided several of its attacks, I realized that the golem's attacks were almost readable. If its hardness was around S or SS, the strength was probably around B, and let's just say its speed could barely be at E. It was just an extremely hard monster, though strength B is a threat as it is. But it wasn't as bad compared to other monsters I've faced. It was only a negligible ability. I kept my guns away, and stopped moving. The golem shook his arms and released punches. I returned its punches with my full strength punches. Roaring sounds surrounded us as if the space was screaming. As our punches connected one by one, I started pushing the golem backwards. There was no damage. It just staggered. I was convinced that this wasn't a threat. Its strength was less than Emily. It was just a thing that was hard and could move. Thus I used the same strategy as I did at the floor above. I stood firmly as I punched it with my full power. I kept punching non-stop at it, continuing to hit the fist of the golem and landing some hits at it. Because of my counter-attacks, the golem began to show signs of cracks on its body even with just only a few punches. Compared to the absolute rock that took way longer. Naturally I won't let it escape, it will fall. Over and over again, I released my full power punch into places where the cracks showed, pounding at it with a strength of SS. The cracks grew larger and spread to the whole body. And, the last counter, as a result of striking with a blow that made the space trembled, the golem collapsed from its arms all the way down to its legs. The clumps of rocks and fallen rocks disappeared without a trace of sound. I looked at where it disappeared, stared hard at it. After the golem had disappeared completely, a rainbow bullet appeared there. I approached it and picked it up. It was the same infinite bullet back in Orem. I immediately gave my answer, and chose the recovery bullet that I required so much. The rainbow-colored bullet slowly changed into the recovery bullet, and I became an infinite recovery bullet. I loaded it into my gun. I pulled the trigger and fired it. The recovery bullets launched repeatedly. With this I would not have to worry about running out of gas when using repetition. Rita. While satisfied with my secondary remuneration, I kept my gun. And, you've come, young one? Certainly, it emerged with a hoarse voice. The real form finally appeared. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 119. What was facing in front of me was an old man. The elderly man was another time smaller than the 130 centimeters Emily. However, it doesn't look strange at all. The image he gave was similar to those of a dwarf tribe. It was the same with Orem, where the old man was sitting like a Buddhist statue, right in the middle of the empty space. How many hundreds of years has it been since a human has set foot to this territory, old man? So you're Arsenic? Rita. Indeed, I am. If you have already know of thy name, the people from above must have recorded us down to their history. Arsenic. I wanted to tell the old man equals the owner of this dungeon that I knew of his name because of Orem, but I decided to hold down onto my words. I had something much more important at hand. Are you going to die? Rita. That's right. If I were to convert it to human years. I would live for another month or so. Arsenic. How can I stop it? Rita. It's impossible for a mere human. Arsenic. Enough of that. Just tell me how to stop you from dying. Rita. When I approached him strongly, Arsenic was surprised and stared at me. He stared into my eyes, as if trying to peek into my true intention. I allowed him to look at me for a while, and afterwards he answered me with a calm voice. I see. Well, it is as if I would lose anything in return of teaching thou. Very well, thy very lifespan would require the fruit of life to survive longer. Arsenic. The fruit of life? Rita, you don't know about it? That's impossible. This very fruit, no human being could obtain it at all. If you are an ordinary person, even just touching it would increase your vitality. It is a legendary class item which increases your life force. Arsenic. Just by touching it. You could increase your vitality. Rita. Well, mere humans. Arsenic. Wait just a second. Rita. I went back from whence I came and went back up the floor. I ran up all 30 staircase all the way to the top floor, whilst experiencing the raining blood, and finally reached to where my teammates were. Yoda-san, Emily. How was it, Rita? Alice. I'm sorry, I don't have the time to explain right now. Alice, can you help search for me where the next absolute rock would be? So I need you to come with me again. Rita. I got it, leave it to me. Alice. Alice instantly nodded, and held her fist with high spirit. I started running. I left them behind and rushed towards a dungeon. After rushing out from Arsenic, I crossed over Shikaro's streets and arrived at Nonium. Nonium, the basement first floor, the ever-unchanging dungeon with 0 adventurers and a paradise of skeletons roaming around. Place my pouch here, and repetition. Rita. After equipping an item, I used my repeating magic and blasted my way through the first floor. Running through the familiar first floor, I filled up my pouch with HP seeds, an item that would increase vitality the moment you touch it. No human being could ever obtain such an item. Probably. He was talking about this. Carrying the pouch, I exited the dungeon and in a breath ran straight back to Arsenic. Basement 30th floor. Celeste was waiting there for me. Rita-san, it's over here. Celeste, who was patiently waiting for me, pointed at a direction. After turning a few corners, there was an absolute rock being surrounded by Emily and the others. Thanks everyone, Rita. After saying that, the girls smiled and distanced themselves from the absolute rock that they were keeping watch. I held my hand up, and used repetition, but poof, nothing happened. Guess I have not enough MP to activate it. I took out my gun, loaded the infinite recovery bullet, and, after recovering my MP to max, I finally fired repetition. As expected from the last floor's rare monster, just by firing one repetition, it drained of almost all of my MP. Though, the stairs did appear. The first time when I fought it, it took me a long time to defeat it, but because I've defeated it once, repetition could instantly kill it. Yoda-san is amazing as always. Desu, Emily. The only ones that could do this in this world would probably only be Rita-san, Celeste. Low level, brazen, Eve. Can Eve-chan not say that sort of words while your face is red? Alice. NSFW below, VN of Magic Hoy. Don't tell me Eve, Celeste. Don't tell me Eve, Celeste. While my teammates from a distance was having fun, I was through it for a moment. After checking the contents inside the pouch, and I went down the stairs, the absolute rock-type golem was there. This monster was also annoying to deal with, but using the same method as just now, I fired myself with the infinite recovery bullet and fired the repetition spell at it, instantly killing it, exploding it. Then, Arsenic returned again. Hey, Rita. Arsenic had his eyes opened wide and shocked. You've came back again. The chances of a human coming back a second time is not even 1,000,000 to 1. What did Sir do? Arsenic. Enough of that stuff. What's more important is the fruit of life this? Rita. Arsenic. I opened the pouch and showed Arsenic the contents. At first he was doubtful, but as he looked at it his expression gradually changed. It's the fruit of life. What's more, such a large quantity of it? Arsenic. So it was this that you were referring to, Rita. My lord. How did you? Arsenic. Don't mind the minor details, just eat them right now. Oh yeah, I've forgotten to ask how many you need. Is this not enough? If it's not enough I could get more, Rita. It's enough. Arsenic. Arsenic had an expression of a fox, though he had an expression of not knowing what's going on, but he was interested in the HP seeds, no, the fruit of life, and gulped. He took one from the pouch. All this while nobody managed to pick it up except for me. This old man just took it naturally and put it into his mouth. He chewed it, and swallowed, and the old man's body started emitting light. Life. Arsenic. Life? Rita, I've revived. Arsenic. He dragged the last words for a long duration. It sounded like a gas that had been held for too long was forcibly opened. Delish. Delish. This is delicious. Arsenic. Old man, your character seems to switch. Rita, it can't be help, okay? It's been over 1,000 years since I ate something this delicious. Arsenic, is that so? Wait, so he hasn't been eating or drinking anything for the past 1,000 years? It looked like he could even eat 1,000-person worth of portion? No, if he doesn't eat he might really die. Arsenic was putting the seeds into his mouth one after the other while munching on it. The more he ate the more his body shone. I guess his vitality equals HP is increasing. Old man, wait just for a moment again, Rita. After finishing my sentence, I left the old man who was chewing the seed, and went up again. Carrying a basket, I once again met up with Arsenic at the middle of the empty space. Inside the basket was a mountain of seeds and the excited old man was looking at it while gulping and holding on to his saliva. Oh young one, you came again. Arsenic, the old man with a face smiling so widely greeted me. You've really saved this old man, young one. Seems like this old man is going to live even longer than expected. Arsenic, seems like it, as the raining blood has stopped. Rita, I have another 200 years left to live. Arsenic, that long, huh? Rita, the amount just now wasn't that much. I just went around Nonium once and came back. If an amount that increases your status rank by 1, it's about 1/10 of that amount. Even so he can live up to 200 years. I have to thank you, lad. Arsenic, thanks for the gratitude, but what should we do about this? Rita, about what? Arsenic, this. Rita, I took the basket and showed it to the old man. I opened the lid and showed the contents to him. Inside it was the various types of cookings made by Emily. When I left this old man and went out I asked Emily to cook some dishes for me. The moment I opened the lid, the aroma spread throughout the empty space, making it warm and comforting. Emily's cooking, a godlike existence that could instantly warm and calm down any mood. I brought it along to give it to the not-human old man. There were different types of rice balls and sandwiches, and a bite-sized hamburger. Basically food that were easy to eat. Emily really put a lot of thought into it. The old man that ate it was tearing up. Delicious. This is freaking delicious. Arsenic. His reaction was over the board, but I could understand some of that reaction, as his face showed that he really enjoyed and was really happy. An old man that was trapped here and could not eat anything, a strong spirit. From now on, I thought that I would bring some dishes over. Then, the unprecedented news about the Rita family saving Arsenic from death was spread throughout town. Along with the option of having the double lunar moon doubling monsters, it quickly spread among the adventurers. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 120. At the streets of Shikaro, inside the Dungeons Association, I was inside the reception room being thanked by Clint over and over again. Thank you, Satu. I honestly didn't expect you to actually do it, Clint. So you didn't trust me, Rita? Don't get me wrong, I was on my last straw, especially when there was never once a dungeon could escape its death. What's more, when the bloody rain was present, everyone would know that this dungeon's done for. That was the common sense, Clint. I see, Rita. It's not just that either. Not only did the bloody rain stop, the number of monsters increased significantly too. With this, Arsenic would produce more materials, which would also increase our tax revenues, and it's all because of Satu's help. Clint, I did what was requested, Rita. Even so, I'm grateful for it. That's right. I was thinking of an item in proportion to your reward, so I decided to give a share of the tax revenue of Arsenic to Satu. Clint, is that all right? Rita, of course, If Satu wasn't here, Arsenic would have been dead. If it is this much, you can't leave it to me, Clint. If that's the case, I'll gladly accept your offer, Rita. With that, Arsenic would continue to live, and I would receive a share of the tax revenue from it. Of course, I'll be happy to receive free money, along with it, a year's worth of sugar, Clint. I'll respectfully decline it, Rita. Even with that much of sugar given to me, I won't have any use for it, and it won't make me happy either, so I flat out refused. Night, Villada Edge. I was with the 4 of my teammates. We ordered the beer of the day and the 5 of us cheered. Drinking beer after finishing a job was good enough to penetrate into 5 of my organs. Spirit. I've heard of it from others about finding it when you reach to the lowest floor of the dungeon, but there were little to no information about it, so I wasn't too sure myself back then. Celeste. The rare monster drop was a blind spot, no Dasu? Emily. Hey Rita. What sort of person was the spirit? Was it as cute as them? Alice. As soon as Alice said that, she placed her 3 comrades onto the table. Jumpy-san, Bonnie-chan, and the little devil. The 3 adorable monsters were on the table. No, completely the opposite. A small old man. Not cute, Rita. Is that so? Alice. Even if it's not cute, it can be cute if it's low level. Number 2, Eve. I'm number 2 now? Rita. I get you, Disu. If he becomes Alice-chan's team, then it would be much cuter than the original figure. Emily. When we arrived at the pub, my teammates were talking non-stop. Eve, which was usually silent, was laughing in a good mood while chewing only on carrots from the appetizer vegetable sticks. With this, the mystery has been solved. I've always wondered why the Absolute Rock would not drop items, Celeste. Now that I think about it, if you are talking about items, it had not dropped anything of that sort, Rita. I remembered the words of Celeste. After defeating the Absolute Rock, the stairs appeared. The staircase was treated as a drop item, an item that only an S-drop can get. Was there a drop for the Absolute Rock originally? Rita. There is, though nobody uses it, but it was still an item. Celeste. What is it like? Rita. Bunny. For some reason has it. Eve, who was chewing on her carrot sticks, took out a small stone from her cleavage of the bunny suits. Just so you know. NSFW. The stone placed on the table looked like any other stone picked up from the roadside. This is? Rita. Emily. Celeste. Yes, Disu? Emily. Celeste whispered into Emily's ears. Yes, Disu? Emily. Then, Celeste. After Emily nodded, Celeste took the stone from the table and kissed the stone. The next moment, Celeste's body gradually turned into a stone. Within 3 seconds, she became a stone statue of herself. What is happening, Rita? Dokn. Before I could finish my sentence, Emily smashed Celeste with her hammer. Emily's raw strength power with her hammer. The blow made a shock so powerful that the table's cups and dishes floated in the air for a second. But Celeste was still intact. A blow from Emily's hammer would have shattered any rocks in Arsenic, but Celeste was still intact. What is this? Rita. An item that can harden the user like the rock. Celeste. That rock. You mean the Absolute Rock? Rita. Yes. Celeste. Nice. Won't that make you invincible? Rita. Not really. I couldn't move while I was in the form of the rock. Celeste. Ah darn. Rita. That means there will be some restrictions on using it. Rita. Yep, that's why even it had an absolute defense. One of the stone is only 98k Piro. Celeste. So cheap. Rita. That's cheap. Alice. I knew of how hard the Absolute Rock was, as I fought with it before. Even though this item gave you the same hardness, it was only around 100k Piros. Well, it can't be helped if you can't do anything just by hardening. After a while, Celeste placed the stone onto the table. That's why. Celeste. I see. This item is useless, Rita. I bitterly smiled, and drank the beer in one gulp and ordered another one. The alcohol turned, and my head goes round. There was something. A vision floated on my head, but it was hard to come up with. Well, it's not a big deal. At the very least, if it can be used to move so you can run away, Rita. Especially when you'll be hardened for quite some time. Celeste. If the carrot is hardened, can I still chew it? Eve. I wish to harden my hammer desu. It'll probably be better desu. Emily. Rita. Being hard. And move. If you become hard, become hard. Rita. Slam. I stood up while striking the table with my hands. Yoda-san, what's the matter desu? Emily. We might be able to move. Rita. The outskirts of Shikaro, the usual spot. I placed the stone and then took a distance. I went back and my teammates greeted me. We didn't talk, but expectantly waited for something to happen. Everyone knew what I was trying to do. They knew by experience from what I have done so far, and they even knew my aim, so their eyes were lit up with expectations. After a while, the tone hatched into a rogue monster, the rare monster at the bottom 30th floor of Arsenic, the absolute rock. Repetition. Rita. Once a monster has been beaten, I could release the strongest repeating magic with a full MP. The absolute rock with the strongest defense power was knocked down and dropped a stone. It was the same stone as just now, but then again it does not look like it. I picked it up and used it. While looking at my body it turned into a stone. How is it, Yoda-san? Emily asked, and the other three were gazing at me. I moved, jumped around and spun around. Finally, I took a pose like a hero. Seems like I can move. Rita. Emily. Hit me. Rita. Roger desu. Emily swung her hammer around and came over. The hammer was swung down and it immediately moved me and I landed on my butt. Emily's hammer hit my butt. Technically, the shock waves were more than the time in the store. Seems like Emily was holding back when we were in the shop. Although she swung it with all her might, it did not scrap me at all, who had turned into a stone. It only had enough margin to flung me backwards. That's amazing desu. Emily. As expected, the results would be like that. A drop that was once dropped again by Rita-san. Celeste. This is really awesome. It's cheap, and it's better to have everyone hold on to it for good measures. Alice. I agree. Let's make it a standard equipment for our family. Celeste. My teammates were making noise. We obtained a new powerful equipment. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 121. Morning, the usual outskirts. After arranging the stones dropped by the absolute rock equal to the number of my teammates, we came here to do a performance check with my family. Then, here I go desu. Emily. Come right on, Rita. Emily nodded, used the item and turned her entire body into stone. Afterwards she held her hammer on top of her and gave it a spin, followed by jumping onto my direction. But, just by slightly jumping, Emily went crashing onto the ground, falling face first on the ground, as if acting like a klutz girl in a cliché anime, a splendid head sliding. Are you alright, Emily? Celeste. Are you alright, Emily? Celeste. For now, Celeste, who was on spectators mode, went over and checked on Emily. Emily immediately stood up straight, and had an expression as if nothing ever happened. I'm alright now, no desu. It didn't hurt one bit, no desu. Emily. Emily looked like a rock just now. Alice. But, movement was weird. Eve. Just as Eve pointed out, Emily's movement were indeed weird. Although she wasn't a natural-born power fighter or an infighter, but it does not mean her movement was that dull. Rather, Emily was more of the lighter body type and would swing her hammer around while jumping, and landing hits with a single hit. That was her usual fighting style. Even so, when she tried jumping over, she slipped and fell. Emily, can you try that again? Rita. Yes desu. Emily. TLN. Poor Emily. Emily looked at me straight in the eyes, and with great determination she nodded. I think the person herself realized. No, it's because it's herself that she would have realized it. After gaining a distance and becoming a stone, Emily once again swung her hammer around and jumped towards me. The results were the same. No, it was one step higher than the previous result. Emily, who fell face first onto the ground, made a crack on the ground which formed a huge crater. So she slipped and fell down again. Alice. Was it because of that? Celeste. Yes desu. Emily. Emily firmly nodded. What do you mean by because of that? Rita. When I turned into a stone, I could normally move around just fine now, no desu. Emily. As soon as Emily said that, she took out a knife and carrot out of nowhere, and peeled the carrot with her brilliant handwork. The peeled carrot with a single piece of skin were slippery and looked delicious. After giving it to Eve, Emily picked up her hammer and started swinging it again. It's only when I start attacking when my movements would suddenly turn dull, no desu? Emily. I didn't know there was such an obvious hole for this item. Celeste. Celeste, can you try using it? Rita. I got it, Celeste. After Emily revert back to her normal body, this time it was Celeste that turned into a stone. While under her current state, she tried casting her magic, Inferno. Celeste. It was one of Celeste's signature move, a level 3 extensive magic, Inferno. A magic that could even burn down the Frankenstein by calling the flames of hell, but it won't come out, Celeste. It looks like a charcoal, Rita. So this is the famous, or should I say infamous Inferno Nano. Alice. Everyone was lost for words when looking at such a sight. The Inferno that Celeste casted was only the power of a fireworks, hot enough to probably heat up charcoal. That was it. Celeste was then smacked by Emily's hammer. Emily, who returned to normal, stood up and landed a devastated attack so much that it caused a small earthquake. However, Celeste, who was currently in a stone state, was still intact. So hard desu? My hands went paralyzed from the impact desu? Emily. But in return you can't attack at all. Guess that was it, Rita. The girls all silently nodded. I have come to know how its performance worked. After testing for some time, the sun was up in the middle, indicating that it was noon, so it was time for our lunch that was specially made by our lovely Emily. She spread and laid the sheet on the ground, and readied various dishes on top of it. Though it was just a vinyl sheet, but she made it look like a high-class carpet that boosts its comfortability, and the cooked dishes was steaming with its scent tickling my nostrils. Despite being outdoors, Emily's space was warmer and gentler than always. During the stone state, the user's attacks will definitely become weaker, plus decreasing till the lowest level possible. Celeste. While grabbing onto a sandwich on one hand, Celeste was looking over her memo on the other hand while talking. We tested various other methods and she jotted the results all down to her memo. It was funny seeing Rita's strength weaken, that he would lose to me against a sumo wrestling. Alice. Bunny's biggest weapon ... is left as it is. Eve. Bunny's biggest weapon ... is left as it is. Eve. After saying that, Eve once again turned into a stone, and made a sensational pose. The sexy bunny suits wearing girl with her proud eyes. Even when she turned into a stone, her sexiness did not change in the slightest. I understood what her biggest weapon meant. I was kidding, you know. Eve. Wait, so that was a joke? But Yoda-san seemed to be able to use his revolvers properly, desu? Plus Alice-chan's buddies could normally fight too, desu? Emily. Well, Alice's monsters are a different being. As for Rita-san's revolvers, Celeste. Is it because it's a dropped item from Rogue Monsters, or maybe it's the dungeon spirit lending me her strength? I don't know which is which, but I wonder though, Rita. As I said that, Celeste nodded, because the girl who had the bicorn horn could not activate it while she was on the stone state. While having our meal, we've summarized what we've learned about the ability of the stone so far. You'll become impeccable to damage. You can move, but your damage would weaken tremendously. That was what we knew so far, though it was disappointing that your damage would weaken, but being able to run while being immune to attacks would still make this item strong. Plus it seemed like you could use it without any cooldown. Help me, low level, Eve. What's wrong, Eve? Rita. Responding to her cry of help, I could see Eve in the stone state with what seemed to be a sad expression. She was holding onto a bowl, and the contents inside the bowls were the carrot soup made by yours truly, Emily. The carrots smell. I can't differentiate, Eve. Now that is some urgent news, Rita. I see. So you can't differentiate between smells too. So you don't even breathe when you turned into stone. Well, you're a stone after all. After separating with them after lunch, I head straight to Nonium. After completely capturing arsenic, the next in line would obviously be you, Nonium. Bringing the 3 sacred treasures, and handing it over to Nonium. That was my next objective. Running right as I stepped foot into the first floor, I gradually went down the floors. Nonium Dungeon, basement 6th floor. After going through the dungeon snow, now I could hardly see anything in this fog. So after the snow it's fog, Rita. While I was murmuring, my vision was suddenly skewed. My head was spinning, and I kneeled down on the ground. What's happening? Is this from an attack? Or perhaps, Rita. I got up quickly and began to run away. My feet was wobbling but still I desperately ran. Even when out of breath I kept running. I returned to the road I came and returned to the 5th floor. Rita. Both my hands and my knees were attached to the ground as I desperately tried to breathe. After sucking in some air from the 5th floor, my head starting to lift up. After recovering my HP by firing a recovery bullet at myself, I went back down and take a look again. Nonium 6th floor was a place filled with poison that eats away your HP. That was dangerous as heck. If I didn't run away in time, I would have died. Rita. A dungeon filled with poison, it was common in games as well. I don't know whether it's poison, or am I going mad? But if one were to breath on that, it would deprive your HP the more you keep on it. Well, I guess it's fine. I do have the infinite recovery bullet, Rita. I checked the condition of my body. After sucking the poison fog on the 6th floor I felt lightheaded, but after returning to the 5th floor and shooting a recovery bullet onto myself, I felt better. Even with the gradual decreasing in HP, there wouldn't be much of a problem if I kept using the infinite recovery bullet. Thus I decided to check the floor again, and at that moment, I remembered something. The appearance of Eve, sadly talking about not smelling the carrot soup after becoming a stone. I took the stone that was dropped from the absolute rock, and turned myself into a stone before setting off to the 6th floor again. The 6th floor was full of mist, and I stood there and waited for a while. My head was not dizzy, I was fine after all that. Poison doesn't seem to work at all in this stone's body. I was lucky, as I wander around the dungeon thinking. Then, I came across a monster. It was a red zombie. It looked like the corpse of the body was further advanced compared to the zombies at the 2nd floor, and a poisonous color fog was sipping out of its upper body. I see. So this fog was released by these monsters. Another way to put it, it was a poison zombie, Rita. The poison zombie started attacking me by hugging me and trying to bite. Of course it could not bite through me as I've became a stone with impeccable defense. I tried punching it with all I got, which did not work at all. I did not have enough power to push the poison zombie too. Even if I were to become a stone, I can't fight at close combat either. However, since I've checked the abilities of this stone, I pulled out my revolvers and fired at the head of the zombie at point-blank distance who desperately tried to bite me. A headshot from 0 distance, the poison zombie's head blew up. It fell backwards and eventually it disappeared. The seeds that dropped from the disappeared place, I picked it up. I heard the usual announcement, although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 122. Nonium Dungeon Basement 6th floor. Inside this limestone-esque cave were filled with poison mist. Though I wasn't affected by the poison because of my current stone state, I wonder just how deadly this poison is. This made me curious to test it out. I left one normal bullet on the ground and took a distance from it. It's the case if the monster was the same as the dungeons no matter which floor. But if it were from a different dungeon, the item would turn into a rogue monster. The reason why I knew was due to the fact that we discovered it during the time when Emily came to Silicone during the Magic Storm Day to help me. I wanted to take the normal bullet that wasn't an item from Nonium and let it turned into a rogue monster. After leaving it there for some time, the normal bullet hatched into a slime. It was a slime that originally resides in Turu Dungeon's 1st floor. The moment it was hatched, it melted away. It was hit by the poison mist, and melted away like jelly. Ain't this just deadly poison? It's dangerous as heck, Rita. Now that I thought of it, I was also in a pretty bad shape. Even when my HPSS and endurances, it was still bad for me. Thus, I can imagine how terrifying it was for a normal slime to take a damage from such poison and immediately melted. As expected, the only strategy in conquering the 6th floor is to become a rock, though as we found out, there were some limits as to what we could do once we became a stone. So I guess I'll leave it to my trusty revolvers and repetition. Rita. Poison zombie encountered, thus I used my repeating magic to attack. Without any problems, the magic immediately destroyed the zombie and it dropped an intelligence int seed. Next was my revolvers, starting from the normal bullet, then the flaming bullet, freezing bullet, infinite lightning bullet, and lastly the homing bullet. Loading the bullets accordingly into my revolvers, I continued forward into the depths of the dungeon. After a poison zombie appeared, I fired it with my revolver, and the normal bullet normally headshot it. Same goes for the special bullets. After testing various stuff, I came to a conclusion that this poison zombie was just your typical zombie, but it releases poison. Though it releases a deadly poison mist all around the dungeon, its durability and speed was exactly the same as the 2nd floor zombies. It was similar right to the finite details, be it the attack patterns and the movement at which it launches itself at others. As for its regular attack, I can't test it as I'm now a stone. Though I was in such a state, I wasn't attacked once. Poison equals freaking scary. Well, at least I knew the general gist of how this floor works. Thus I slowly moved around the floor while using repetition and my normal bullets to headshot them alternatively, hunting the int seeds in the process and getting my intelligence from F to E. After completing my usual routine, I went back up to the surface. Phew, it seems that the poison wouldn't follow its way up to the floors. Rita. The moment I climbed back up to the 5th floor, the mist was completely cleared up. If I look at it closely, it seemed as if a transparent lid was at the boundary of each floor, preventing the poison mist from spreading up, and probably the floors below too. The poison was probably a characteristic of that particular floor, hence why the poison mist that was emitting from the poison zombie wouldn't leak out to other floors. Similarly, it would be impossible for other monsters from the same dungeon to exist in other floors. While thinking of various possibilities, I safely climbed out of the dungeon and went to the KIA board to check my status. After confirming that my intelligence went up, the usual routine was done for today. After leaving the dungeon, I went to a place which was devoid of any human. It was a place where I frequently used it to hatch countless rogue monsters. I opened my pouch, and dropped one int seed on the ground. I was curious as to what new special bullet awaits me after hatching this int seed into a rogue monster and killing the poison zombie. Thus I was here to test it out. After waiting for a while, the seed hatched into a poison zombie. Rita, so you are here. Oh, hey Alice. Rita. Turning around, I saw one of my friends, Alice, walking towards me. Her shoulders were carrying the 3 chibi monsters, and she was coming closer with a friendly facial expression on her face. What's the matter? Rita. I wanted to discuss something with Rita. Since Rita wasn't in the dungeon, I thought you would be here, Alice, so that's why. So what do you want to discuss with me about? Rita. Actually, Alice. Rita. What's that? Alice. Alice's facial expression changed and pointed behind me. I looked back and the poison zombie was there. It was the poison zombie that was just hatched from the seed. It wasn't just a zombie. The zombie was emitting mist all over. Damn. Repetition. Rita. After using my magic, the poison zombie was instantly killed. Though I defeated it, the poison mist did not disappear along with it. The mist was being carried by the wind and scattered towards the direction of the city. What is that? Alice. It's a poison mist. Not talking about what would happen if you inhale it. Your skin would melt just by it touching your skin. Rita. Isn't that a dangerous thing? Alice. Damn it. Repetition. Rita. I once again used the magic, but it had no effect. A poison mist wasn't a monster. Even the instant kill repetition magic that could kill a dungeon master after defeating it once had no effect. What should we do? It's spreading. Alice. Damn it, Rita. I took out my revolvers and looked at my bullets. I found a bullet that might work. The flaming bullets, Rita. I took the special bullet flaming bullet and loaded it into my revolver, but the bullet penetrated the mist, and no flame was emitted and it faded far away into the air. Rita. The trees are melting. Alice. I know. Are there other bullets that are effective of the annihilation bullet? Rita. I loaded all the bullet enhancers, and with my dual revolvers I loaded one flaming and one freezing bullets on each revolvers respectively. After firing it, the two bullets went to the direction of the poison mist. Along the way the flaming and freezing bullet fused and became an annihilation bullet. As if a small black hole, the black ball swallowed the poison mist whole. Yay, you did it. If it's this you can do it, Rita. Alice. Yeah, with this it's alright, Rita. I continued reloading and firing more flaming and freezing bullets, and the annihilation bullets swallowed the poisons. After what seemed to be a long time, and I used a total of 24 sets of annihilation bullets to eliminate all the poison mist. That was dangerous. This may have been the first pinch that I had since coming here, Rita. If it spreaded to the city of Shikaro, it would be frightening just imagining it. Sorry, Rita. Because of me. Alice. No, it's not Alice's fault, Rita. I headed to where the poison zombie was and picked up the dropped bullet. It was this poison zombie's characteristics, so it was dangerous to hatch it outside in the first place, Rita. Alice. What's more, Rita, this time it was Alice, my friend, so it wasn't a problem. But if this was shown to other people that I could obtain a drop from a rogue monster, trouble might start looking for me. The power of my S-drop was a secret within our family. Thus, it was wrong in the first place to do it at such an open place. This was something that I had thought for a while now, but I kept postponing after obtaining the pouch. I want a place where no one interferes with me while I hatch rogue monsters, Rita. A land, or maybe even inside a huge building. I don't know which was better, but I thought it would be a necessity in the future. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 123. Before I could find a new home, I should first uncover the effects of the new bullet that I've just obtained from the poison zombie. I took out the remaining bullets out from the revolver. In order for me to effects of the bullet as plain as possible, I had to take out the bullet enhancers from my revolvers, and only then would I load the new special bullet into the revolver. After that was done, I aimed at a place where nobody was at and fired. I said as my voice unconsciously leaked out. The bullet did come out from the muzzle, and was indeed flying out, but at an incredibly slow rate, as if defying the laws of physics, the bullet floating in space while moving at a pace of 5 centimeters per second. This is hilarious, Alice loudly responded. The young girl walked faster than the bullet traveled and peeped at it from the side. It's moving so slowly. Bonnie-chan, try riding it and see. Alice, responding to Alice's commands. The SD skeleton, Bonnie-chan, rattled her bones and jumped on top of the bullet from her shoulders. Even when standing on top of it, the bullet did not budge at all and continued moving. I wonder how it can stand on top of it when I thought bullets spin when they travel, unless I'm mistaken. The scene was as if Bonnie-chan was a stubborn old man saying lines like, "This is how I fly," while standing on the bullet. 5 centimeters per second, that is, I can hang on to it too. This is seriously fun. Alice. The writer has changed from Bonnie-chan to Alice. Though Alice was hanging on to the bullet, it continued to advance forward. The heck is this, Rita? I wonder too, but ain't this interesting? Fun to play around. Alice. Interesting. It's indeed interesting, but it doesn't look like it has any offensive power to it, Rita. Its progressive power is strong though. Look, I'm being pushed. Alice, who stopped dangling on the bullet, stood before the bullet and placed both of her hands in front. As though ignoring what was ahead of it, the bullet continued moving forward while pushing Alice at 5 centimeters per second. Well, the progressive power was indeed strong, but as an offensive tool, it seemed rather lacking. After moving forward for about 5 meters, the bullet disappeared. It's gone. Alice, this wasn't what I thought it would be. Let's name it the trash bullet, Rita. Yep. Alice agreed with my statement. The both of us agreed that this could not be used to hunt for anything. Thus, Alice and I returned to the city and arrived at the real estate agent. When we went inside, we saw the also familiar Antonio. He looked up and saw that we entered, dropped what he was doing and came to greet us. "It's good to see you again, Sato-san." The news of Sato-san's great successes seemed to travel all the way over here too. Antonio, my successes? Rita, let's see. The extortion of Salon, the remodeling of Orem, and the recent revival of arsenic. Recently, Sato-san's family, the Rita family, has been involved with many big incidents, so everyone was expecting what will they be doing next, Antonio. Well, don't expect too much from me, it's troublesome, Rita. While conversing with Antonio, we went to the reception space. Alice and I both sat down and Antonio sat across us. "So then, what brings you here today?" Antonio, straightforward as usual, Rita. Thus I told him what I had in mind. "First off, I want a house with at least 5 rooms, Rita." "Why 5?" Alice curiously asked while tilting her head to the side. "Don't we have 5-person in our team? Since I'm here we might as well have Alice stay together with us, Rita." "Yes." "How about Eve-chan?" "Alice, I've already reserved a room for her. It's up to her whether she wants to stay or not, Rita." "That's true, Alice." After answering Alice's question, I once again faced towards Antonio and continued our conversation. "Like I said just now, since my family has 5-person currently, and it may continue to extend, so the more rooms the better. Oh, and also a house that protects users from the magical storm, Rita. Judging by your requirements I would say you would need at least a mansion, Antonio." "A mansion, huh? It does have a nice ring to it." "I have been slowly expanding my home, from the 20k Puro cheap apartment per month, then the 2 LDK new building, and finally the 3-story isolated house. And now, it was time for a mansion." My heart was beating in excitement seeing the evolvement of my home. Oh whoops, not good, I've forgotten to tell him the most important condition. "I have an important condition. It also needs an extremely wide empty space, Rita." "A wide space you say?" Antonio, "Yeah, a wide space where no one can disturb me." "The width would be, from there to there, around a space that I can spawn rogue monsters without any trouble, Rita." "Huh, I see what you mean," Antonio groaned while jotting down on his memo. "This might be slightly difficult, Antonio." "There's none with that condition?" "Rita, there isn't many mansions with a space that huge. Even if there was, someone's already living inside. There aren't many adventurers who wants to live in a mansion either, Antonio." "I can sort of relate to it. All who became an adventurer to earn for a living have one common feature, that was the ability and knowledge to circulate a dungeon steadily, and sometimes bringing friends over. Adventurers that have the ability to secure a stable route were often precise and cautious. After being successful, many of them would not come back again." "NMGGGHHH." Antonio groaned again. I had given him many conditions several times before and he would always do it to the best of his abilities. However, this was the first time the condition was difficult to the point that he was groaning like this. "Can't be helped. Guess I'll have to reduce some conditions." "What would likely be cut off?" "There's one. There is one that fits your condition. But," Antonio hesitantly said it, but he had a complex facial expression that couldn't be described. "If you want, there is one." But what did he mean by that? The mansion that Antonio brought us to was near the center of Shikaro. There was a garden beside the mansion, and a wall was surrounding the premises. There is a fountain between the main gate and the entrance of the building, a mansion that was perfectly described in my head. This is such an amazing mansion. It's so shiny, and looks so spacious. This can easily fit 10 people inside, Alice. As the lady said, the floor plan is a 10 LLSDK. Antonio, L.S. That sounds like a lot, Alice. That sure is. Was the reason why there are 2 L's was because there were 2 living room and had 2-story built at once? Well, I do understand the DK part, but what does the S stand for? While my mind was wandering about, this property was never rented to anyone before, so the inside is as good as new. Antonio, nobody tried to rent it, why? Alice, could it be an incident happened inside? Rita, a horrible imagination went through my head. No, it's not like that. Well, it's something similar, but then again it's not. Antonio, question mark. Alice and I both looked at each other and scratched out heads. Though I was curious, I stopped thinking about it and arrived at the entrance. Antonio opened the heavy doors of the entrance with the keys he brought. Please enter. But, Antonio, if I enter? Rita, once you enter you'll soon understand. Oh, please do not worry, as there are no harm to the physical or mental state by any means. Antonio, with the reassurance from Antonio, I got more and more confused. I'll just have to enter and find out. If that's the case, let's just go in right now. I then went in through the door. In an instant, I could not move forward. The moment I entered, I felt as though something was surrounding me, and I can't lift a finger at all. It's not as if I can't move at all, but there was some kind of resistance that was terribly strong, preventing me from moving. For example, when you're inside the water, it's about several hundred times that amount of resistance. What's wrong, Rita? Alice, come in, Alice. You'll understand, Rita. Let's see. Alice seemed to be in the same predicament. She could hardly move her body after entering. After going outside, strange enough, I could move my body freely again. The heck is happening, Rita? Looking at it from here, you could see a crystal over there. Antonio, you mean that thing in the middle of the entrance hall? Rita. Antonio pointed at the crystal. That is a monster, or more specifically a rogue monster. Antonio, a monster? Rita, it's called a dot. It's a monster that once established its territory, would refuse and eliminate everything, preventing anyone to come close to its territory. Though it does not attack like the rocks of arsenic, that was why I said it's sort of safe. Antonio, so that's why no one wanted to stay here. Rita, the first owner decided to install that because he does not want anyone other than himself to stay at the mansion, but because of that the owner himself could not live there either. Antonio, guess he got his priorities backwards. Hilarious, Rita. Besides him, no one else has ever rented this property since then. Oh, before I forget, the space that Sato-san wanted is an underground space. There is an underground basement of about the same size as this mansion. Antonio, that's great. It's nice to have your very own basement. If there was a space as big as this mansion, then I could hatch any amount of rogue monsters as I like without worrying that others could see besides my friends staying in the mansion. Next would be, is it okay if I destroy that crystal? Rita, sure, but no attack has gone through it thus far. Antonio bitterly said. Attack, huh? I pulled out my 2 revolvers. I thought of which bullets would work best to penetrate such invisible wall. First, I loaded 1 normal bullet into each revolver, and filled the rest of the chamber with bullet enhancers. I fired the normal bullets and it fused together on the way to become a penetrating bullet. The penetrating bullet flew ... but stopped at the boundary of the entrance. Just before entering slightly, it lost its power and fell to the ground. Seems like this is no good, Rita. Even with the enhanced penetrating bullet, it's not good? Alice, so even Sato-san can't do it ... I thought maybe you could do it based on the rumors, but, Antonio said it with a disappointed face. It somewhat made me disappointed too. Alice, you have any ideas, Alice? Rita, there's that, isn't it? Alice, that? Rita, the trash bullet. Alice, TLN, you all might hate me for this, but I can't resist. Oh yeah, Rita. I hurriedly went to the 6th floor of Nonium Dungeon, and after turning into the stone similar to an absolute rock, I knocked down some poison zombies, and raised more trash bullets. After that was done, I hurried back to the mansion and loaded a trash bullet. Well, let's give it a try, shall we? Rita, good luck, Rita. Alice cheered for me. Let's try one shot first. The trash bullet that flew out from the muzzle at a nonchalant pace, advancing at an astounding speed of 5 centimeters per second. Initial D music intensifies. After reaching the boundary of the entrance, ooh, it's continuing to move, Alice, and the speed doesn't change at all. Rita, that's amazing, Sata-san. It's still going forward. Amazing. This was the first time seeing something advancing through the mansion. Antonio. I'm sure Antonio had introduced countless guests in the past. Although the trash bullet went into the mansion, it progressed at the same speed. But after 5 meters it disappeared. It disappeared after leaving a 2-meter gap from the crystal. Cool. That's too bad. Hey, now try with the bullet enhancer. Alice. That's what I'm gonna do. Saying that to Alice, I loaded another trash bullet and loaded the rest of the chambers with bullet enhancers, and I fired. The bullet shot out. It was even slower than before. It was about 10 times slower than the 5 centimeters per second. It was so slow that it might as well not move at all. It went even slower with the bullet enhancer. Alice. No, probably in return of being slower, the pushing force will be stronger. Rita, is that how it works? Leak, that's just my speculation. Rita, we closely observed the trash bullet. The bullet entered the mansion just as before but disappeared after 5 meters. The distance did not change. Alice, yeah, I just have to make up for that 2 meters. Rita, I thought of various things, and took a distance from the entrance. Rita? As soon as Alice cried for my name, I fiercely dashed. I ran right towards the entrance and dive into the mansion. Using the jump with the momentum of running, I managed to pass through the door, but I immediately felt a tremendous resistance and stopped dead in track. I could only earn a meter even with running at full speed. I extended my hands to the utmost limit and fired the trash bullet. The fired trash bullet went at the same slow speed again. It then disappeared around 50 centimeters before the crystal. So close. Just a little more. Alice. Yeah, just a bit more. Rita, you can do it. Rita. Alice. Ooh, Rita. As Alice encouraged me, I challenged it a couple of times. I jumped in over and over again and fired the trash bullets. However, the crystal's repulsive power was too strong, and I could not move forward any more than a meter. No matter how many tries, I just couldn't break through that measly 50 centimeters. Damn it. Even though it's just a little bit more, Rita, aren't there any ways to earn that remaining 50 centimeters? Alice. Alice and I crossed our arms and wobbled our heads, but nothing came to mind. I was already doing all I could to earn a distance. Can't believe this was the second time after coming to this world that I encountered a hurdle without any ideas. Suddenly Emily appeared out of nowhere. TLN like an angel descending from heaven. Wait, wrong one. T-Hap-Arrow. O and NSFW, bearing her hammer. She was pushing her magic cart. Her dress indicated that she was returning from her dungeon run. Yoda-san, what are you doing at such a place? Emily, huh? No wait. Emily. Rita, yes, Emily D. Sutilda, Emily, huh? That reply was strange. Wait, instead of that, what's is with that look? Rita, Alice, Emily. Rita, yes, Disu. Emily. I crouched in front of Emily, took her hands and looked straight into her eyes. I can only rely on Emily and Emily only. Rita, WH. What do you mean, Disu? Emily. After the explanation was over, Emily stood beside the entrance, doing what I just did before. I took a distance from the entrance. Let's go. Rita, yes, Disu. Emily. I signaled Emily and dashed at full speed. I jumped into the entrance fiercely. At that exact moment when I went through the entrance, Emily readied her hammer. Together with the momentum, she did a full swing to the side. The hammer hit me. The moment it knocked me, I changed my body to the absolute rock stone state. The body with an absolute defense, being hit by Emily's home run class hammer swing. Added with Emily's power, my momentum increased. The moment I entered the mansion, I felt a strong resistance. Still, my body was able to move forward. Even after exceeding 1 meter, I continued moving. Gradually, the pace weakened. Even with the power of Emily, I still could not reach the crystal. But this much was enough. Together with my full power dash and Emily's full power home run, I could earn nearly 2 meters. I took out my revolver and fired. The trash bullet was fired and went forward at a snail's speed. I was pushed out of the mansion by the unknown force and my colleagues were intently watching the bullet. Wobbly wobbly. The bullet went on, and it hit the crystal. Ooh, Alice, beat that. Rita. The trash bullet hit the crystal and continued advancing at the same speed. It drilled a hole into the crystal and continued to penetrate. The crystal, which did not move, was penetrated by the trash bullet, which pushed forward till the end and disappeared as it is. Wind blew and a gust wiped out from inside the mansion. The wind made it hard for my teammates to stand properly. After a while it ceased. Ooh, I can normally enter now. Alice, who jumped first into the mansion, danced with her fellow monsters. Awesome. I can't believe it was resolved, Antonio gasped in all while admiring me at a distance. I've erased the crystal, and got myself a pimping new mansion. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 124. The mansion's basement. There was absolutely nothing at all. Just a wide open area full of emptiness. The location of this basement below the mansion gave off an odd atmosphere of some sort of hideout of a witch's secret organization. And here I was standing right in the middle of it. While it was a rectangular-shaped basement with the size of 2 tennis courts merging into one. With this much space, it would come in handy with its various usage in the future. First things first, with this amount of space, I placed an item at the other end of the basement and waited for it to hatch into a rogue monster. The placed bin sprouts hatched into slimes one by one, noticed my presence and jumped towards my direction. I took out my revolvers and focused my aim before shooting. 1 shot, 1 kill. I landed the shots perfectly at all of the slimes, penetrating their body and dropping normal bullets. I turned around and looked at the door leading up to the mansion. I asked my teammates beforehand to wait upstairs. If they heard anything from below, I asked them to quickly come down. Since they're not coming down, it means this basement was built with soundproof protection in mind, even negating the gunfire sound. I once again fired the normal bullets. This time I ran at full speed all the way around and caught the bullet. Speed of SS. If I were to run for a long distance I would run out of breath, but if it was this short of a distance, I would have no problems running and catching the normal bullet. Next, I fired the trash bullet. The bullet flew out at a ridiculous speed of 5 centimeters per second. This time I took my time to catch up on it, and gripping my fist tightly, I punched the bullet with all my might. The shockwave spread across the area and a loud explosion rang through my ears. Even with such a high-impact punch, the bullet continued moving at a my pace attitude. In some ways this was an incredible bullet, it's just that there weren't many occasions for me to use it. With all that, I've confirmed something. No matter what you do inside this basement, nobody could hear it from outside. Thus, I was convinced that nobody would interfere with me when I'm here. A mansion of 10 liters SDK. The Rita family has finally moved into it. The price of such mansion placed near the center of the city was quite astounding. 2 million euro per month. That was the rental fees I had to pay per month, which, thinking back, staying at a 2 million yen place back in Japan would have been luxurious. 2 million. That amount equates to the annual income at the time of graduation. Just thinking about staying at such a grandiose mansion, it made me reevaluate myself, patting myself at the back saying, "You did good." Oh, looks like Emily was the first to arrive. Emily was carrying a cloth stuffed with a mountain of items. They were mostly interior stuff like sheets or curtains bundled in. While carrying that, she went and placed them room by room. She looked busy. But she was having fun. Though Emily was carrying a troubled face while furrowing her eyebrows, but I could see that the corner of her mouth was fixed in the form of a smile. To a girl who loves to do house chores, I'm sure she was screaming in joy internally with the abundance of new things she could do at this new home. I can't wait for tomorrow, as I'm sure by tomorrow, the mansion would transform to be a warm and lovable home with the workmanship of Emily. Deciding not to interrupt her, I went to the rooms of my teammates and checked out what they're doing. I went to the nearest room with a room plate hanging on the door displaying. I knocked, waited for a response, before letting myself into the room. Low level has come. Eve. Eve was wearing costume-like pajamas, a pure white with the fluffiness of clouds used as the materials to create the perfect bunny pajamas. She wasn't wearing her usual bunny suits, but a bunny costume pajamas. TLN, I wish someone would draw this. I didn't know you had these clothes, as I've only seen you in bunny suits. It was the first time seeing you wear something other than that. Rita, a bunny will wear a bunny. Eve, I feel like I'm gonna misunderstand your words. Rita, bunny and bunny. Eve, wouldn't that just be a matryoshka? Rita, Eve is a beastman with her proud ears, the person herself always loved to appeal as a bunny. I don't know whether it's just her or she just loves bunny that much. She should just be nicknamed as Bunny. Low level, what's up, Eve? I thought of checking everyone whether they've familiarized themselves with the new room. Rita, no problem. Bunny here has moved all the carrots over here. Eve, yeah, I can see that. Besides the pile of carrots, your room seems to look normal. Rita, just taking a look around, I could see it was a normal room like everyone else. There was a shelf, a chest drawer, a desk at the window, and beside was a single-sized bed. Though there's not much in it, it was definitely a normal room. But half of the room was being occupied by carrots. Because of that, this normal room has turned into a carrot storage. In a way, it has Eve's name written all over it. Rita, even if you compliment me, I won't give you any carrots, you know. Eve, don't eat so much till you spoil your stomach, okay? Rita, it is my long-cherished ambition to die from eating overdosing on carrots. Eve, she put on her usual monotonous tone, but I could see her face slightly flushed. She's a force to be reckoned with if that's her wish. I excused myself from Eve's room and went to the next room and knocked. The door had a room plate that wrote on it, "Who is it, Tilda?" "Alice." "It's me, Rita." "Rita, come in, Tilda." "Alice." Alice invited me with her friendly tone as I opened the door and entered her room. The moment I entered the room, I was surprised. The room was undergoing a major remodeling, with everything being deep blue in color. The concept was a dungeon. If I were to describe Alice's room, it would be a miniature dungeon. And in this miniature dungeon was Bonnie-chan, Jumpy-san, and Pon-Pon moving about. At first glance it was surprising, but seeing her friendly monsters roaming around made me rethink as if it was natural. I was suddenly reminded of a friend who used to fill his house with, "Welcome to my room, Rita." "Alice, I'm genuinely surprised. Did you do this all by yourself?" Rita, "Yes, I brought all the materials from our previous home." Alice, "I see. I guess this would make Bonnie-chan and the rest more at home." Rita, "To be honest, it's actually to make me feel more at home." As Alice said that, she laughed out loud. "Lolad, I feel like instead of a normal room, a dungeon-like room gives me more comfort." Alice, "Since you're born from the dungeon." Rita, "Might be." Alice, after looking around for a while, I bid Alice farewell and went to the next room. This time it was Celeste's room. I knocked and called out to Celeste's name. "Rio." "Ria-san, what's with the sudden meeting?" Celeste, "I just wanted to see how you feel about your new room." Rita, "My room? Wait just a second." Celeste, since I was stopped by Celeste, I waited in front of her door for a while. I could hear various sounds moving inside her room. It was a sound I was extremely familiar with. It was a sound that comes when an opposite sex suddenly comes and you're cleaning your room in a panic. It's not like she's hiding away her porn stash, WTF, but skit wink wink ... was what I initially thought, but I stopped right there and waited a little while longer. After some time, Celeste finally opened the door. "PL. Please come in." Celeste, "Excuse me for disturbing." Rita, "When I entered the room, all I could see was a clean room. More like, it was a normal and clean room. It was different from Eve's mountain of carrots stacked beside, or Alice's miniature dungeon-esque layout of the room. Celeste's room was decent and beautiful. It's pretty." Rita, "Oh, you mean the room?" Celeste's voice had a hinge of panic mixed in it before calming down and answering, "I just took what was in my previous room and placed it exactly like how it was. Though now the room has expanded, I was thinking of how to redecorate it." Celeste, "I see. Well, the wider the better, I suppose. I'm glad that you liked it." Rita, "Of course I do. I have no complaints of anything." Rita-san rants. Celeste, "Thanks. What's this cloth?" Rita, I saw a cloth jutting out from her closet. Was it something she was frantically cleaning up before I came in? At first I thought it was her panties or something, but looking at the materials, I guess it wasn't. The cloth was thicker and was not suitable for making clothes. I tried tugging it out and Bacon. The closet was wide open. At that moment, an avalanche occurred and something fell off from inside the closet. Although it was buried inside the closet, it seemed like it was exceeding its limit and a little pull made it burst out. I was buried by something. I can't see anything. Celeste screamed at the top of her voice. She didn't even let me have the chance to talk before dragging me out of her room and shutting her doors close, all while still screaming. Bam! She closed her door. After she shut her door, she hid behind, exposing her back. Celeste was breathing uncontrollably, and held her breath. What's wrong with her? Did you see? Celeste. No, I didn't. Was there something inside there? Rita. That is. Yes. Panties. They're panties. They were underwears that was lying around and I frantically kept them but was collapsed onto Rita-san. Celeste. Rita. Is that explanation alright with you, Celeste? I know that you're trying to hide something from me, but couldn't you use some other excuse besides your underwear? As you're a girl. Anyways, I'm extremely happy about the room, thank you. So bye. Celeste finished her sentence and immediately stood up and went back inside her room. Oh, I noticed that something has fallen down the ground. I picked it up. It was a stuffed doll. It was a puppet-sized stuffed doll which was common in claw machines. Wait, this was a stuffed doll of me. I was reminded of the frantic look of Celeste, remembering the excuse of underwears she gave and the expression she took while saying so. Let's pretend that never happened. Yep, thinking as such, I placed the stuffed doll where it belonged, and gently walked away. Yoda-san, Emily. What's up, Emily? Rita. While I was walking around the mansion, Emily called out my name. It seems like there's a strange room inside this mansion, Disu. Emily. A strange room? Rita. Over here, Disu. Emily. Emily, then, lead the way. What kind of strange room would that be? Was what I thought as we arrived at the room. We arrived in front of the room which was located at the back of the mansion. It was a room with double doors. It's here now, no desu? Emily. What's wrong with this room? Rita. I can't open it, no desu? Emily. Can't be opened? Let's see. Rita. When I tried to open the door, I noticed something abnormal. I tried touching the door and looked at it from top to bottom. Yes, Disu? There's no doorknob or even a keyhole on this door, Disu? Emily. A flat door with nothing attached. There's door like this. It's as if someone just drew a door on a wall. Rita. Thus I tried pushing the door but it didn't even budge at all. Isn't it just a wall? Rita. That's what I thought, but, Emily. Emily stood in front of the door, and with all her might struck the door. Because I often dive into the dungeon, I understood with just one shot. The sound she hit was light. It was a sound as if there was something, a space beyond this wall. There's a room inside it, Disu? Emily. Seems like it. Rita. Just in case I pushed it again, nothing moved. I tried pressing it against my shoulder, but again nothing happened. Isn't it just a wall? Was what I thought when suddenly, Emily. What's wrong? Rita. When Yoda-san was using his body to push, I saw a gap open just now, Disu? Emily. Nani? Rita. I was surprised and thus I looked at the door, but of course there wasn't any gap. I pressed my shoulder onto the door again and tried to open it with my whole body's force. Then, as Emily said, a few gaps opened. When I stopped putting any force, the gap was closed. It really opened just a little. Rita. Is it just a really heavy door, Nano Desu? Emily. Maybe. Let me try pushing it more. Rita. I dropped my waist and pushed it with my full power. The gap could fit a coin in it, which was more space than before. That was the limit. Even if I pushed it with my full strength that my blood vessels was popping out, the gap was only open that could fit one coin. It's too heavy, no Desu? Because even with Yoda-san's SS strength, it won't open at all, Desu? Emily. If I can't push it, then why not pulling it? Well, there's no handle or anything. Rita. In the first place, The door can only be pushed because there was no such thing as a handle. I tried pushing it with Emily for the time being. Even with the strength of A and SS, the limit of the gap was about 1 coin gap, a door that can be opened with force. But with our strength it wasn't enough. This is troubling desu. It's not good to have a room that can't be used, no desu? Emily's head drooped down and was depressed. It seemed like that was quite a stress for her to not have a place to open and clean. I thought of what to do in this kind of situation. Alright, there's that, Rita. Yes, desu? Emily. I took out my revolver and showed it to Emily as she tilted her head to the side. I loaded the trash bullet in my double revolver and pressed it against the door before pulling the trigger. The door slowly but gradually opened and eventually it was wide open to allow people to pass. That's amazing, desu. It's open, Yoda-san. Emily. Welp, seems like it's opened. Let's see what's in store for us inside. Rita. After struggling to open the door, I was excited to see what was inside. Please specify the dungeon and the floor. I heard a voice coming from inside the room. Who is it? Where are you? Rita. Please specify the dungeon and the door. Even when I asked for its name, it repeated the same dialogue. What do you mean by designating a dungeon? Anyway, doesn't hurt to try. Since I don't know what would happen later on, I loaded the special bullets inside my revolver and replied, Nonium basement, first floor, Rita. In an instance, the scenery in front of my eyes changed drastically. I was in the room, but I was now in a dungeon that looked like a limestone cave, and a skeleton was coming from the other side. We seem to have warped to the first floor of Nonium. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 125. Even the skeleton was surprised by my sudden appearance as it mechanically moved to swing its fist at me. I immediately insta-killed it with repetition and X1 seed get, which was sent into my pouch. After defeating the skeleton, I regained my composure and once again turned and scanned through my surroundings. Indeed, I wasn't mistaken that we were now inside Nonium's first floor. The surrounding was filled with limestone, which was basically the characteristics of Nonium, and if I were to cup my hands behind my ears and paid close attention, I could hear the sounds of Margaret and CO chattering about. Besides me, who could use Nonium dungeon to its fullest, there were other equally unique people hunting this dungeon, people like Margaret who hunts heirs and sell them. With that out of the way, I can once again confirm that this was indeed Nonium, and as I turned to look at the side, I could see a light dimming just right on the height of my waist. It was the size of a miniature light bulb dimly illuminating the surrounding. This was my first time encountering such object. With caution, I inched my fingers closer to the light, and as I touched it, the light overflowed and enveloped me. The light was bright enough that it forced me to shut my eyelids and holding my hands out to block the excessive light. After the light was out, I was back inside the mansion's room. Yoda-san, Emily. From outside the room, Emily called my name with a worrying look. I'm so glad that Yoda-san came back, desu, Emily. Emily breathed a sigh of relieved, and inside my pouch was the HP seed. So whatever happened just now wasn't a dream or anything. Confirming that, I stepped out of the room and stood face to face with Emily. The moment I stepped foot out of the room, the door that was opened previously was slammed shut right behind me. Was someone inside? I thought while asking Emily some questions. Did I disappear just now? Rita. Yes, desu. Where did you went, desu? Emily. Instead of explaining it, it's quicker to just show it to you. As I said that, I once again fired one trash bullet to open to the door. Emily. Trying going in, you'll understand, Rita. So if I try it I would understand, desu? Emily. Yep, Rita. I got it, desu, Emily. Emily then stepped foot into the opened door. Who's there now, no desu? Emily. I see. So this is how it looks like from a third-person perspective. Rita. Seems like you can't hear what's inside the room. From my angle, I could see Emily was perplexed and puzzled at the same time, and after some time, she disappeared. I wonder which dungeon she flew off to. I silently stood there waiting, while the door was still opened even when the trash bullet was long gone. As I imagined, When the room was being used, the door would not close on its own. After waiting for quite some time, Emily finally returned. She came back with a carrot on her hand. I'm back now, no desu, Emily. So you got the gist of things? Rita: yes desu. This room is incredible desu, Emily. While holding on to a carrot, she stepped out of the room to where I was and the door slammed shut once again. Seems like this magical door allows you to teleport to and fro to any dungeon of your liking. I guess Emily went to Toru basement floor too. Rita: oh, yes desu. I was also thinking of making a delicious carrot soup for Eve to drink later desu, Emily. Fumu. Guess in the meantime I should experiment some more. Rita: after opening the door with the trash bullet, the destination that I was thinking right now was Orum's first floor. In an instant I was sent flying to Orum. While there were adventurers looking for some gold, I went outside the dungeon. As this dungeon changes its layout every time someone enters, I had quite a bit of difficulty going out, but eventually I safely came out. It was the village of Indole. The Indole that was in my eyes was way more developed than when I last visited. New buildings were being built one after the other, goods being overflowed in stores, and generally a lively crowd. All by the help of Orum, the power of money gold. I wanted to sightsee a little more, but the guard that was administering the dungeon entrance yelled, "Time for the next entry," and I reluctantly went back inside the dungeon. Orum is a roguelike dungeon. As mentioned before, the layouts of the dungeon would change every time when someone enters, so they have decided a time limit for each adventurers that went in so as to not bother the adventurers that were already inside. If I miss this I would not be able to return for a while. Thinking that I would have another chance to look around Orum, I entered the first floor, blending with the other adventures, and wandered around till I found the spotlight and teleported back into the mansion. When I returned, not only Emily, but Celeste and Alice was beside her. "Welcome back, Rita-san. I've heard from Emily just now." Celeste: "That's awesome. I didn't know there was such an amazing room in this mansion." Alice: "Where have you been, Yoda-san?" Emily: "I just came back from Orum. While I was at it I went out to the village of Indole before returning." Rita: "Indole? You went there in an instant?" Alice was surprised. As an ex-resident of Indole, she knew the distance between Shikaro and Indole and thus was surprised at how fast I came back. Hey, Rita, I want to go to Indole too. Alice: "I got it. I'm gonna open the door now." Rita: "Can I try using it too?" Celeste: "Sure. Moreover, I was about to check whether two or more person can enter at the same time." Rita: "I opened the..." I was curious, thus I tried casting repetition on the door, but it had no effect. I guess it would open if I managed to defeat it or something. Alice and Celeste both entered the room with excitement. Alice was the first to disappear, and the next was Celeste. Celeste: "What's wrong?" Rita: "So you can't go then?" Rita: "Seems so. There was a dungeon called Uranium that I always wanted to go, but because I have never actually set foot there before, it seems it doesn't allow me to go there." Celeste: "Try Orum and see?" Rita: It doesn't seem to be working either." Celeste: "How about the first floor of Nonium?" Rita: "Not allowed." Celeste: "Then try Toru basement's 5th floor?" Rita: "That is." Celeste suddenly disappeared. Seems like she disappeared the same way as how Emily and Alice was. What's the meaning of this now, no desu? Emily: "This might be my speculation, but it looked as though the room does not allow someone to teleport to a dungeon that the person has not been before, which meant that it knew of which dungeon and which floors you've been before." Rita: "Oh, now I understand. That's why Celeste couldn't go to Nonium but she could teleport to Toru no desu?" Emily: "That's how it is." Rita: "Alright, now that I have confirmed that multiple people could use it by opening the door once, next up is..." Emily: "I might need your help." Rita: "Leave it to me desu." Emily: "The two of us entered the room, and a voice, 'Please specify the dungeon and the floor,' was heard." Emily looked at me with a face as if saying, "What should I do now?" After stroking my chin and thinking about it for a while, I reached out to Emily's hand and grabbed hold of it. "Yoda-san?" Emily: "Please stay still. Rita. Yes, Disu, Emily. Emily stood still as she was told, feeling somewhat pleasant. She too grabbed hold of my hand. I designated the location to Orum's first floor while holding hands with her. I've been there before but Emily has not, and we're holding hands. If it's this then how would it work? Immediately after I was teleported to Orum, and then, where is this Nano Desu? Emily who joined hands with me was teleported together with me. It was a success. This is the first floor of Orum. Apparently you could teleport to a place that you've never been before with the help of someone who has been to that place before, Rita. Indeed, this is getting even more amazing no desu? Emily. I touched the light and went back to the mansion. There wasn't any problems returning either. Now to check whether there's any demerit to this. I wonder if you can carry stuff over, Rita. Then that's been checked Nano Desu. Since I have brought back the carrot with me Desu, Emily. Oh, now that you mention, Rita, the function and rules of this room has slowly been unraveled, and the next target has been decided. Let's split up and bookmark every single dungeon of Shikaro for the time being. It would be convenient for us later on, Rita. Yes Desu, Emily. I've heard the story. Eve appeared out of nowhere with a quiet voice. The proud bunny ears with her costume was lovely, and she had a grin on her face since just now. Bunny, we'll conquer all 5 of Shikaro's dungeon. Eve. We have a veteran adventurer in our group.